Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and today we're having a lot of technical issues. I had adjusted a recording setting inside of OBS, and forgot about that, which made it have a huge CPU load, which caused it to lag. I actually didn't need to restart my computer, but I did anyways. Yeah, it's a good idea, Chief Mustardo, but I like to be in control of when the stream starts, because just because the timer hits 0 doesn't mean I'm ready, so I like to do it manually. But welcome in, everybody. Glad to have you. Sorry for the rough start. Let's talk about what we're going to do today. So this is the Friday stream where we work on this app called Fresh Spots, which is an app that allows users to create and share lists of places to visit. We've been working on this for a while now. If you look on YouTube, there is a playlist of all of the past episodes. This is going to be episode 17. I don't quite know what we're going to work on today. I think it's mainly going to be sharing of a list. I think that's the main thing. And then also we might work on deployment as well, because I think the deployment is broken right now. So we'll get that fixed. And we'll talk about more what we're going to do. But basically, this is episode 17. And this whole app has really just been an exploration of the Deno ecosystem and this framework called Fresh, which is a next-gen web framework that's built on top of Deno. And there is no build step. Everything you write is the actual code that is running on the site it's deployed to, which is pretty interesting, though it has its issues with how I'm used to doing things. And also, we've had to find workarounds in certain libraries that will work with Deno and Fresh. So nice, Hopola. Glad to hear it. Yeah, this is week 17. It's too long. We need to be done soon. That's just too much. So yeah, this is Fresh Spots. If you look on the GitHub repo, for a while we were keeping a devlog in here of like what we were doing every day we worked on it. And then one stream, I was like, this is just so much. So we broke it all out into a Trello board, and you can see there are quite a few issues just labeled as tech debt. Basically, we want to refactor things or reorganize things or make things more reusable than they already are. So that's a lot of that. Yeah, I mean, this started off with like, I don't want to work on this for more than 2 days. This is 17 weeks later. I mean, it is only 1 day a week, so technically it's 17 days. It's a little more than 2 weeks, but... And Bob, thank you for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for dropping in. Actually, let me adjust that, the follower sub count alerts. Oh, no, the alert location. There. Cool. Nothing happens when it reaches 325. It's just a goal to for me, so I can make money. That's what happens when it makes 325 is that I increase it to 350. That's what happens. And saludos, Azaperia. Welcome in. Season 14 is going to be so cool. Yeah, I mean, you all are still tuning in, so that's good. But, I mean, this is like probably the least viewership I've had in a very long time. I don't know if it has to do with me, if it has to do... And thank you, Shark Turn Up. Thank you for the gifted sub. I don't know if it has to do with me or if it has to do with the content or just the state of the economy and the way and people's mental health and everything else. But that's okay. We're going to get into this and start coding. But first, we'd like to welcome everybody in and also give some thanks. So, Anonymous, thank you to that gift to Cesar. I don't think I was streaming when that happened, but I appreciate that. Bob, thank you for the Prime. Shark Turn Up, thank you for the gift. And congrats to Gustavo Gomez Ribeiro. Awesome. What now? Let's say hi to everybody. So if you want me to say hi to you, you can say any one of these things that matches this regular expression. Hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hio, or vohio. Say any one of those things. I will acknowledge you. And we're going to go back in time to 27 minutes ago when Mark said howdy. Hello, Mark. Welcome in. What's up, Secret Bite and Snowy Dev and Stony Eagle? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. I think if I refresh this, There we go. That's accurate. I really appreciate that, Stony. You didn't have to do it, but I appreciate it. What's up, Publip and Cesar and Stony Eagle and Mihai Andre and Code Thin Cake and Ryan and the Keys and Pete Pal and the Cyan God. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, and appreciate everybody in the community helping them out. Giving links to all my stuff. I appreciate that. And welcome in, Cyan God. Hopefully you feel pretty welcome here, if you're still here from the stream going down so much. What's up, Pablo? What's up, DS Legends and Distant Sense and Persanth and Kismin and Arpajan and what's up, Chief Mustardo, Mr. Whiskers and Desumano. Sequel Gordster, how's it going? What's up, Shark Turnup and Arpats and Mortalbox and Zabath and Kidda Seven or Kidda 7. Sheevan? Seven. And what's up, Opmain and Gian and Old School Rapper and Veritatas and Chili Con Queso. Hello, welcome in, everyone. And what's up, George? Welcome in as well. And Earl George, yo. What's up? You're still here, Cyan God? That's awesome. Glad to have you. And what's up, Murdoch? Yeah, you can say hi from that account too. We do have other first timers. Yeah, Snowy Dev, welcome in as well. Glad to have you here. And thank you for that hydrate, Mr. Whiskers. I will hydrate. No worries, Acid Spark. Don't even sweat it. Like anytime, at least right now, that I'm asking for money, it's a bit tongue in cheek. Like I'm doing okay. For now. If I ever really need your money, I think you'll know it. Or I just won't be streaming anymore. Like I'll just go find a real job. I appreciate you all though. And yeah, I don't want to make anyone feel like they have to donate or make them feel bad for not donating. Like Murdoch. Thank you very much, but come on, take care of yourself first. I appreciate it. Yeah, actually, so that is fun. So I got an email yesterday that I got affiliate over on my personal channel, but I'm gonna wait to enable it. I want to post in the Discord or something just to let people know that I've enabled affiliate, because I know there are certain people that want to get the founder badge. So I'm not going to enable it until people know that it's going to happen, so that the people that want to get a founder badge get a founder badge. Yeah. Thank you, Stony. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's show you how my chat overlays work. Geek, thank you very much for the prime. Are we in a hype train? Is that what's happening? What is this? About to beat my last record? What's up, Zach? Welcome in. Yeah, thank you, Pablo. I appreciate that. Founder badge is just, you're one of the, for affiliate, it's one of the first 11 people to sub to the channel. And then you have that badge forever, regardless of if you're a sub or not. Thank you very much for the gifts. Man, now I feel bad. Now, I shouldn't have called attention to it, because it's I already feel bad for asking for support. Huh. Yeah, but yeah, you can see, I think Murdoch is a founder here on this channel. Yeah, so you see that first badge? That's because Murdoch was the second person to sub here on this channel. So, cool. All right, what we're going to do... Oh, yeah, so you can see in my overlay that Ryan has their flag set to British Columbia, Canada, and they also have the Svelte badge set. You can see Chief Mustardo has... some province in Great Britain that has the abbreviation HAM. But they also have the Rust logo. You can see Acid Spark has the US flag with the GitHub logo. You too can set that. So if you take a look at yeah, I let the mods know before I enabled affiliate. And Arpats, thank you very much for that gift as well. Appreciate that. I appreciate that, Ryan, but I still feel guilty, because, I mean, at this point, I feel like I'm not giving back to the community as much. I think the Code Q&A streams are they are giving back to the community in a way, because newbies can ask questions and that kind of thing. But how many languages do I know? We can list them out. So I know JavaScript and TypeScript really well. If you want to consider TypeScript a second language, that's 2. I know SQL, sort of. I know I've used Python. I've done C and C++. I've done Java. I've done C#. I would say I really only know JavaScript. I barely know TypeScript, and I forgot most of what I know about C#. So, in terms of spoken languages, I only know English. And Prasant, thank you very much for that gift sub. Appreciate that. Okay, back to what I was saying. If you go to this page, the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet, you can pick a team. So pick anything from this page. And then also, if you go to the Simple Icons slug page, yeah, and if you want to consider HTML and CSS, then that. I did like a plugin for Microsoft Office a long time ago.
Cheer 10,000. I heard something about a train.
No! That's too many bits. Come on, Code Than Cake. That's $100. Isn't that $100, Code Than Cake? That's $100. I think there's only been one person that's done that before. Thank you. And Mr. Whiskers, thank you for the 5. Yeah. I mean, that's a meme I see on other channels. Like, they talk about the oil princes and oil princesses in chat that have a lot of money that just gift subs all the time. Man, thank you, Code Than Cake. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I can't talk about money. I just can't, like, I mean, I really, like, I guess that's the thing. Like, the moment I talk about it, like, everyone steps up and just, like, starts supporting. I would prefer it if I didn't ask for it. Let's take a stretch, everybody. Yeah. That's about 140 USBs. I think you meant subs. Not USB. Or US dollars. Wait, is it? Oh, because if you include taxes and fees? Oh, man. Thank you, Code Than Cake. I really appreciate it. Oof, okay. I keep getting distracted, but if you pick something from this page or pick something from Simple Icons in the chat, you can do !team and then pick one. So I'm going to choose Ableton Live, which is a music production studio. So if I do !team, Ableton Live, it'll show up as my team badge right there. And I keep saying we're going to do this, but I'm going to update the command right now because we have our own repo of province and city flags.
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100 sh. Be silent and take my money, haha.
You got it. You got it. But I guess me responding to that is not me being silent. And also, why is this happening? What badge do you have set? Oh. FA disease, and then maybe that's not one of the free tier? Or maybe I need to update Font Awesome? Regardless, if you want to set your country flag, if you just want to set it to a country, !flag with your 2-character country code. So for me, it would be US because I'm in the USA. I guess I'll just do all of that right now while we're here. It's an intimate crowd. I'll update all the stuff right now. If you want to set your flag to a province or state or sometimes a city, if you go to this repo and you see a folder for your country, you can dive in, and then if you see a province...
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100 leftovers. Could not resist.
How do you spend 100,000 bits and still have 500 left over? I appreciate it, though. Yeah, so I'm about to update the command. Oof.
Cheer 1,000.
And Jay, thank you for that. And Bob, thank you for that.
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100.
Man. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Oof. I guess that's another thing. I guess all I gotta do is ask. Look at you all. You just wow. Okay, thank you very much. No, we will code. No, this is even more reason to code today. I have to be live. I have to um, um, earn my hourly rate, I guess, is what I have to do. So yeah, it's likely that it's a valid icon, but I need to update to the latest version to support it. And it as long as it has to be on the free tier. I don't know if it's on the free tier or not. But I would need to update the icon library that I'm using. 12-hour stream? Nah. Maybe, but no. But maybe. But no. But maybe. And the reason I say maybe is so, I mean, Bobhead says, I'm going to take my partner to a fancy dinner tonight. She's having a girls' night. She's got plans tonight, which is why I'm like, maybe I could just keep streaming. And thank you, Ryan. He says, I've easily gotten more out of your streams than I've given. I appreciate that. I was like, did the text-to-speech not read it? I think it has to be
100. Hey, don't let me out.
I think it has to be 101 bits for it to read it, or maybe it's 500 bits. I don't know. Thank you for all the support.
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100.
How many bits is that? And DS Legends, thank you for the upgraded sub. That's awesome. You originally got gifted, and now you're paying your own way. I appreciate that.
One without Twitch is cut.
Thanks, Murdoch. You're too kind, Murdoch. I feel like you give more than you should, and I appreciate it. Man. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll do a focus mode, but the thing is I can't do a focus mode and then ignore all of the support. Imaginary partner? I don't know if nobody real like I've been wearing a ring for like a month now and nobody has commented on it. Is it been a month? No, it's been a couple of weeks. I don't know. Yeah, I know people are joking. I know. Okay. What's up, Mesley? Welcome in. Yes, this is the repo. If you go here, you find a folder with your country name. You click into that. If it has more things, then you can set your flag that way. So, for instance, I live in the United States. So if I go into this folder, I can see all of the folders for the states. I live in the state Colorado. So if I go into that folder, I can see that I can set my flag to Denver. So the chat command I would run would be US/CO/Denver. So if I do !flag/ US/CO Denver, if I put the path, then that will set my flag. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Shark Turnip. Appreciate you all. Wow. Yeah, I mean, and the main reason I haven't talked about it is because it's very low key. Like, we're actually not even going to have an actual reception and everything until next year, like a year from now. So, yeah. Oh yeah, your flag is working. What is that? Saudi Arabia. So it's I have never seen that flag before. Is that right? And thank you, Nedbog. Thank you for the sip. I've never seen a level 7 hype train. I think they changed it. Atlanta. Nice. Yeah. Stream it? I don't know. Maybe we'll probably have some videos. I'll share videos afterwards. Okay. So hopefully that helped you in terms of setting your flag. Let's update my about page that tells people how to do this. Proving a stereotype? What stereotype? What are you talking about, Oscar? I know you're joking, but what are you joking about? Okay, we need to edit this one. Yeah, thank you all for that hype train. You're way too kind. I absolutely appreciate the moment I start talking about money, people just step up. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, she has walked with me before. And if you've been following the channel long enough, she actually did a Q&A a while back. So she's a real human being. Valid country, state, province, city names are here. Cool. And then this link needs to be updated. Yeah, I mean, and that's the interesting thing about Colorado is it's a self-solemnizing state, meaning you actually don't need a witness and you don't need an officiate. You don't need a person. People that do have an actual ceremony, it's all just for show. It's all for like, what's the word? Like, yeah, tradition. I don't know, but in Colorado, you actually don't need an officiate. So no one will be. No one will say my real name. Celebration. I don't know. What am I doing? We're almost there. Yeah, ceremony. But I guess what I was trying to say is just like tradition in a way, like. Because it is tradition to like put on for the bride to put on a dress and to have bridesmaids and groomsmen, and to have a ring bearer and all of that stuff. But yeah, no, I didn't propose. I'm married. I'm married. Okay. Yeah, in the United States, that's called common law marriage, but I think it has to be like, I think it's several years. It depends on the state that you're in. Yeah, the holes are blue dinosaurs. Show. They put on a show. Sure, yeah, I think that's the word. Can you add non-official flags? Right now, we're keeping it to countries, cities, states, provinces. Because if we start adding like organizations and stuff like that, that's going to get it's a bit harder to moderate and a bit harder to like merge in. For that, we probably would start at like a separate repo. If it's like a country flag and like a people's flag, I've never heard of that term, but go for it. Yeah. Feel free to make a PR. As long as there's a Wikipedia page about it, I am more than happy to merge it in. Valid country, state, province, city flags are here. Or flag, path to flag. Okay. Yeah, so if you, in a second, I'll show you in the repo. So because the United Nations, it still technically has like a 2-character country code. The flag is in there, but it doesn't have provinces. Great. So the badges command is finally updated. That took years. But yeah, so if you look in the root SVG folder, there is, I do believe there's a UN or, yeah, there's a UN flag. So if you wanted to set it to United Nations, you could do that. The Wikipedia page has to be valid for at least a while, I think. In Canada, it's 12 months. Okay. Conjugal relationship. That does not sound romantic, I guess. I mean, maybe it does. Yeah, we need to. So if the team isn't loading, then that means I don't have the latest version of Font Awesome. So let's see if it. No. I mean, Yeah, I don't know. Basically, if it shows up as a square, pick something else. That's the moral of the story. A Fallen Hope says, I had a question regarding WebRTC. I see a lot of people using Agora.io, but honestly, I don't mind making the protocol myself using Socket.io. Is PeerJS still valid, or upgrading to something like SimplePeer or other? It's honestly been like over a year since I worked on WebRTC stuff. I've never heard of Agora. Let's see. What does their pricing look like? Okay, so $3.99 for 1,000 participant minutes. So less than a cent per minute? I don't know. I forget the. Yeah, I can't talk about it. Like I'd have to do a little bit of research. So if you post in the Discord, I'll try to find some time to respond and like give you some resources that I have on it. Where's Pretoria? Is that like a city? Yeah. Serious question. Development is not only for web; it can also be used for CRM, WMS, banking, insurance systems, flows. Can you give us your thoughts? Because it's frequent to use almost everyone just plans to work to a major web project when there's so many other opportunities out there. Yeah, so I think the question you're asking and the conversation piece that you're bringing up is that web development technologies are not just for building websites. They're also used in other industries for other things. Is that what you're saying, Valk? And basically everything you learn about web development can be applied to these other industries and problem domains. Is that what you're saying? Pretoria is a big city in South Africa. Is that the one that you were talking about, Shark Turnip? But yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that, and that's something I learned in my career and why I actually jumped into web development, because I was doing Windows desktop development. And then I learned about AngularJS, like the original Angular, not the new Angular. And I learned about building APIs, and I was like, this is the future. Like, I don't have to build a native app anymore. I can literally just build out my APIs and then build web clients that, and so this app will like instantly work on an iPad or on someone's iPhone, because the company I worked at had company iPhones and company iPads. And I didn't have to worry about like making a native app, getting it into the store, or doing like enterprise distribution. Like, I could just host the site on our intranet and it would just work. So yeah, that's been my opinion for a very long time. Like, you can do a lot of things with web dev technologies, which is why I typically reach for that and why I've just been using that a whole lot. It was okay 2 days ago. Well, it's very possible. So right now I forgot. I'm actually running a built version of this app. And that might have broken it, but I'm not going to fix it today. I'm not going to fix it. Oh, sorry. Thanks for mentioning that, Ryan. I do use a newer one. I think. So I have it. Yeah. This one. This is the one that I took IRL with me. I'll have to find the link for it. Audi has JavaScript under the hood of their stuff, yeah. Angular is fine. Yeah. Angular is fine. That's my answer. I don't use it mostly, but it's fine. You can't set country and state. Right now, you can only set one. So you either pick the country or the state. Okay. We have... Wait. Is that real? We've only been live for 35 minutes? Felt like we've been live for an hour. So a long time. This would have been like 10 years ago. I wrote a thing that ran inside of Excel, and I used a little bit of C#. So yeah. I did not see this, but just seeing this in the title, I'm already thinking, what we're using Fresh for, it was not meant to be used for. But let's see. Um, 2 WordPress themes built on Fresh. So they're using headless. So they have like a Fresh website that's using their WordPress API, REST API. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. I don't think like this is nothing crazy. This is literally just they are using the WordPress REST API to build a Fresh website, and that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, and I guess yeah, if the client is using a certain version of WordPress already, then they can just basically plug these themes into to Fresh, and it like instantly works. That's cool. Yeah, I saw the message you sent on Discord. Let's talk about this for a second because a lot of people and Prashant, thank you very much for the 300 bits. Too kind. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you a lot. This seems fine, but here's the thing. I've been using iTerm for for 7 years now. 7 years now, and it works for me. So something that I thank you, everybody. Something I use on a daily basis that just works, and I've been using it for 7 years. I see no need to replace it. Now, Warp looks cool, and a lot of people have recommended it, but this is just one more thing that I would. I mean, maybe it'll work. Maybe it's fine, but I don't. It's one more thing that I have to worry about, like learning, or maybe like if something doesn't work the way I expect, then I'd have to look into the docs and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's the main reason why. Like, I honestly don't even want to try this because it's just one more thing. And I'm good. I'm good. Oh yeah, I heard you mention that, Oscar. You can literally run an npm command to install Rust. That's funny. Let's write some code. First of all, huge thanks to everybody that supported today. I did not expect this amount of support, and it's absolutely insane, and I appreciate it. Thank you for being a part of the community. Thank you for giving me your hard-earned money. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say thank you enough. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of Rust people are mad about it. Wait, your Go icon? Okay. Failed to load resource. Oh, there's your problem. There's your problem. I said I wasn't going to debug this, but so what I'm doing today, so typically whenever I'm running this app here, it's running in Electron development mode. So it's literally it auto refreshes when files change, and it's got, I think it has Vite running in the background, or the Vue CLI service running in the background. Today, I built it into an actual Mac OS app, which didn't load all of the resources for some reason. Okay. I think I can fix this though. Give me a second. I'll fix it because I know a lot of people are going to be like, why is my team broken? I'll fix this and then we'll start writing some code. Oh, yeah, so like the Electron build did not include the fonts. I guess the web build didn't either, or did it? Bugbreaker or SQL Gortster or Mysterious, can you send a message over here? Because we'll just send a message. Yeah, so it works over here. Okay. Um, let me see really quick. Exclamation mark team dash color with a hex code. Okay. Oh. Okay. I can make this work. Maybe not, because then I'd have to modify the Azar file, which is like a, I think it's a zip file. Yeah, I've done some basic stuff with Prism, and it seems really great. I didn't see their new GitHub font. No, everyone's just trying to distract me. This is a cool font though. It looks nice. Azar Unpack maybe. Not gonna worry about it. I'll have to fix this another time. Namaste, Imbijedas. Welcome in. Yeah, another time. Sorry, everybody. We need to get on topic, especially with all the supports today. I assume they gave supports because they want to see me write some actual code. So let's get going. So if you're just joining us, this is the Coding Garden. My name is CJ, and we are working on this app called Fresh Spots, which allows users to create and share lists of places to visit. Let's get it started up. So the database is a Postgres database, and we currently have a Docker file that runs that database in the background. So we'll start that up. And then the app itself runs with Deno. So once the database is up and going, we'll start up the backend. I'll show you that. Well, the backend and front end. So yeah. But yeah, I guess while we're waiting, first of all, it says it's running. Maybe it was already running in the background. Let's try running our app. So if I do Deno task start, it's going to start up Deno. And then we'll see if it can actually connect to the database. Might be an issue. Wait. Encode and Cake, thank you for the focus mode. We'll do that. Oh, hey, Arrow Codes. No, I'm all right. I'm a little flustered because people gave me so much money, and I don't know what to do with myself. That's probably why I feel weird, or I seem weird. Yeah. I just got a whole lot of money. Let's go into focus mode. First of all, the GitHub fonts seem really cool. Mona Sans, like this looks good. I like this font. Yeah, it is a nice problem to have. I mean, okay, so the app did start up. I'm really, it's really curious that I do not see any database logs, but let's just try logging in and see if that fixes anything. Cool. We'll authorize this. Yeah, database is working. I don't know why we're not seeing database logs over here, but database is up. Our app is running. So let me run you through all the features that we have here. So first of all, we have social auth with Discord. So if you authorize here, that redirects you back, and now I'm logged in as my Discord account, Coding Garden. And then you can create a list. So a list is a collection of things. So top 10 restaurants or best pizza in Denver, top 10 parks in Denver. All the parks you should visit if you come to Denver. So you give it a name and a description, you create that list, and then you get dropped into the list create page. Once you're here, you can navigate around on the map and try and find the spots that you want to add. So I will add City Park, because this is where I was yesterday. So if you click on the map, that gives you a little form here to add the spot. So this is City Park, biggest park in Denver. Has a museum and zoo. Cool. Add it. Now it's in the system. If you come back to this page, then the map will center on all of the spots that you've added. So right now we just have one, so it's centered right there. But let's also add Sloan's Lake. This is another IRL walk that I've done before. We'll put the dock parking lot on here. Is that even on the map? It's like in this general area. I'm just going to put a point right there. We'll call this Sloan's Lake. Big lake. Great views. Cool. So add that spot, and then if we refresh the page, then it shows you the two spots on the page. And then if you want to edit them, you can click on it. That'll go to that specific one. We have all kinds of user experience here. We're like, because I haven't changed anything yet, if I click on another one, that'll immediately allow me to edit it. But if I've made some changes, you can see I have this yellow border, and then I can't get out of here until I cancel. But if I click cancel, then I get a confirmation dialog, and I can decide to actually discard those changes. So that's a bunch of like user experience stuff that we worked on. And then you can also edit the list itself. So you can change the title, change the description, and then when you're ready, you can actually publish the list. Right now, show on profile doesn't do anything, but eventually we will have a profile page for all of the users of the app. And if you have set show on profile, then you'll have a list of all the lists that you've created. So if I save this, now this is public. And if I click view, this is actually a public page that anyone can go to. So if I go in a private window here, I'm allowed to see this page because the user made it published and public. So I can see the map. I can click around on the spots. These are the features that we have. And I mean, for the most part, this is the app. There are more things we want to add, like a profile page with your lists of lists. We want to add an easier way for you to share the list. But these are all of the features and all the stuff that we've been working on. Let's talk about tech. Yeah. What if you also made a list, top 10 parks in Denver, and made it public? So we worked on that logic for the slug. So you can see the URL. Oh man, my arms are so white when I hold them up to the light. That's known as a slug. So you can see that the URL matches the title. And what Mysterious is asking is a good point. Like, what if I make a list with this exact same title? Will I get a different link? Yeah, so basically what we've done is slugs must be unique, but and they must be unique across the entire app. So if someone else comes along and tries to create another list with the same title, the slug just has a dash dash in it. So dash dash the number that it was. So... yeah, there's a lot of user experience stuff we could update. Like, I don't know if I'm completely happy with the editing experience here, because you have like this UI jump. We've tried to think through what are some other things that we can do. but that's the majority of the features. Let's talk tech. So for the social auth, we're using a library that I wrote called Deno Grant. This is very much inspired by Grant, which is an OAuth library used in the Node.js world that supports a whole bunch of OAuth providers. And right now, my library only supports 4 of them, but it's trivial to add others once they've been tested. But essentially, you can add this library, you specify all of your settings, and then now you can use the various strategies. Right now, we only have the Discord strategy, but we could very easily enable GitHub and Google and everything else. And then in terms of authorization and user session persistence, we're using this library that Oscar in the chat wrote called Squishy Cookies. So this creates signed cookies, and then we can verify those signed cookies. So if I log out here, and then I try going to an edit page, I get an unauthorized message because I'm not logged in. So that's some of the stuff we've done as well. So using signed cookies and then OAuth for the initial user login. And so let's talk about the tech used for the map itself. So let's go here. It's multiple layers. First of all, we're using Leaflet. And so this is an open source library for adding maps with JavaScript, and it's really easy to use and doesn't require any API keys. If you're using a tile provider that is open and free to use. So OpenStreetMap is a free tile provider. The only thing they ask is that you put this on your page saying where you are using those tiles from. But if you didn't know this about the way a lot of map libraries work, they essentially work by breaking this map down into a bunch of squares. Those squares are known as tiles. So right now you could imagine a grid and there's a square, 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 there's a square. We don't exactly know the grid size. We can't see it. But actually, yeah, you can see as I zoom out, and then it expands out. Each little section is one little tile, one square of an image. And as I zoom in, it's also requesting tiles, but more zoomed in tiles. So the tiles here are coming from OpenStreetMap, and OpenStreetMap is a user contributed and an open project where you can use maps here, and they have a map tile provider and all of that good stuff. But Leaflet supports other tile providers. So the way that I got this cool looking dark map with green is by using this thing called Mapbox Studio. So Mapbox is actually another mapping library, separate from Leaflet.js. Technically, if you were using React and stuff, you could use Mapbox.js and use their complete map system separate from Leaflet. But Mapbox Studio is a separate product they have where you can go in and create custom maps. So you can choose a base theme to modify from. And we went and modified settings. We wanted our titles to be our green color, so we could modify that. You could also set the font that's used. You have infinite customization options for the map itself. It does cost money, but if we look at the tile query API, or vector tiles API, static tiles API, 200,000 monthly tile requests. So we're basically on the free tier here, and this site is deployed, but the deploy is broken, like I mentioned earlier. But if people were to come to my website, this tile provider would continue to be free up to 200,000 requests. And then if I wanted to add more, I'd have to pay for it. But for a basic site like this, especially since I'm not in production yet, this is totally fine for me. And then the other thing, I do believe Mapbox, there's a Mapbox Studio desktop you could use where you could literally host your own tile server, because that's the reason why you have to pay money. So if you take a look, as I scroll around on this map, all of these requests are made for tiles. If I hover over it, yeah, you can see that's one little square that got requested. And so the server that's hosting all of these tiles costs money to run, which is why they have monthly pricing. But I do believe there's a way to take this map style and generate your own tiles and then host it on your own server so that you don't have to pay a monthly fee as well. That's a thing. Yeah, or you could run the tiles through your own proxy that just caches them and reduces the number of requests. Yeah. So that's a good question, Ryan, because there's different ways of doing map drawing. So the way that I'm talking about right now are tiles. They are literally PNG or JPEG images. It is also possible to create a map using basically vectors, like all SVGs. So like literally every path you see is an actual like SVG path that gets drawn on the page. That's not what's happening here, but Mapbox does support that. So like Mapbox GL, I do believe it may not be using SVGs, but it's drawing vectors onto a canvas. And so that's a different way of doing maps. But if you look at their maps thing, I do believe there's a GL library that specifically is loading the maps like onto a canvas rather than from images. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, so as you zoom in, it has to request more and more tiles, and as you zoom out, it requests more and more. Now, like ideally, those are being cached, but basically every single tile that loads counts against your quota. So yeah, that's all the tech we're using for that. But on top of that, because we're using Fresh, let's talk about this for a second because it goes deeper, and these are the reasons why we're not done with this project yet. Fresh is built on top of Preact. So Preact is a fast 3 kilobyte alternative to React with the same modern API. So if you know React, you already know Preact. But not everything from the React world or like React specific libraries will immediately work with Preact. Some of it will take some work to get it actually working with Preact. And then on top of that, it's running inside of Deno, which has further restrictions and less compatibility with some of the things that like React libraries are doing, because a lot of the React libraries depend on the fact that you're loading them in kind of like a Webpack environment or something like that, which you're not doing in this scenario. So because of that, we found this library called Preact Leaflet TS, which is a Preact wrapper around Leaflet. No, this isn't the right one. Preact Leaflet TS. Did they change the name? Oh, I guess this is it. This is it. Yeah, and then that's the other issue, is that there is no build process. So there's no build steps. So like every time I load a page, that is literally running the TypeScript code that I wrote. Well, the TypeScript gets transpiled into JavaScript and then the JavaScript code is run, but there's no build process. So there's no way of like loading bundled assets, which is another reason why we had to like reach for another library. So this library is a Preact and TypeScript wrapper on top of Leaflet, and we've gotten that to work with the app that we're working on. I mean, did that help? I know there was a lot of people that were curious about the tech. Hopefully that gave you a good idea of everything. I know there's a lot of people that this is like literally the 17th time they've heard me talk about this, so I apologize for that. But yeah. Did I miss anything else? How to use node libraries in Deno. So Deno has basic support for node modules, and they're gradually getting more and more support. Did this add the npm? So recently, like only a couple months ago, Deno added this new syntax where if you want to load a library from npm, you put this on the dependency name, and that will actually download it from npm. Not everything works, and they're gradually working on the node compatibility layer to get more node modules to work, but that's what you would have to do if you want to bring in a node library. But again, not everything's going to work. Your mileage may vary. Yeah. 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 Still fun? Oh, good. Thank you, Roger. Yeah, at the same time, like it removes the personalization factor and like people being able to ask questions. I mean, this idea has been brought up a lot about the things that I talk about all the time. It's okay though. I don't mind. I don't mind. 17th. Well, I mean, the main the main reason I'm keeping count is you can find the YouTube playlist over here. This has all of the past episodes, and the last one was last Friday. Wait, is that right? Yeah, that was last Friday, which was episode 16. Okay, let's write some code. We have to decide what code we actually want to write. So last time, if you actually, this is funny. Last time, and my hair's all messed up. Let me fix that. But I rage quit. I don't know if you all remember last time. I just deleted all of the code, and I just quit. I don't know if I want to work on that again, but I mean, we can just take a few minutes to think about what is the easiest way and what is the way that will work on most devices, browsers, mobile, whatever else, that we can allow the user to share this link, right? What we could do, and honestly, what I think the easiest is we literally have a little bit of text here that says, share this URL with others. And we literally put this URL right there as a link that they could copy and share with someone. I think that's what we're going to do. And now we've got an ad, so we'll take a break, and then when the ad is over, we'll work on that. Yeah. I think it's a sign. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing that bothers me is like the viewership on the channel has like slowly dropped, and I do think it's because it's not like fresh content. Like people used to tune in and it was like something different every single week. And now things have gotten a little bit stale. So I want to finish this as much as possible so that way it's something that we can reach for like once a month rather than 4 times a month. But and so we tried this. So we tried the share thing last time. We also were going to copy to the user's clipboard. It's all doable, but it's a lot of ifs and elses and a lot of various state that we need to keep into account. If you're not seeing an ad, you can sub with Prime. Also, just follow on all my socials. Follow my YouTube channels. I'm over on Twitter. And then also, I have a personal Twitch account that I stream IRL on. So if... this is new. Twitch just added this. It used to be that if you were already following, it wouldn't show you this dialogue. But if you're not following my personal account and you're interested in seeing me walk around the world in real life, drop a follow. I think I'll also do some like solo music streams over there. I have a music project over here, but that's a project that I'm doing with my good friend. So I probably won't do solo music there. If I'm ever doing some like solo music creation, it'll happen over on my personal channel too. Oh, you don't see it? Maybe it's just for the person that did it. Yeah, I think web share is the thing that people are linking to over here on MDN. And it actually is not supported in Firefox, Firefox desktop, which is what I'm using to develop. So to even debug it, I have to open up Chrome, which I don't want to do. And I think that led to my rage quit last time because also I wrote the code wrong in terms of determining if the browser supported navigator.share or not. And it just was just a mess of like 5 if-else statements, and I just did not want to do that. So we're going to make it as easy as possible. The user will have to manually copy and paste the link, but we're going to make it very apparent what that link is. That's the plan. Yeah, thank you, Bimsicle. I really appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been I mean, there was a solid 2 years where I was only doing 1 stream a week, and then I took like a 2.5, maybe 3 month break at one point, and there were a solid 100 people that still stayed subbed to me during that time, and I appreciate that support. Like, yeah, anybody that I am procrastinating. It's true. It's true. Let's get into it. Oh, that is me, Prashant. I've not logged into LinkedIn. I guess let's look at my LinkedIn. If it's public, I have not logged into LinkedIn in 6 months. Yeah, this is wrong. I don't work here anymore. That's funny. So don't try to follow. I'm probably going to delete my LinkedIn account. Should there be any speed differences between Fresh, Astro SSR with Preact Islands and Adapter? I mean, I think that's one of the draws of something like Fresh, is that you would deploy this to edge functions and then you could get some really fast renders. Though I don't know if they've done any like speed tests versus those other ones. Been considering porting a Vue 3 app to Nuxt. Concerned about the API. I'm requesting from those pages and it's rate limiting. Do you have any thoughts? You use an API caching layer. So like if the request is happening from the backend and the keys, thank you very much for that sub. But if the request is happening from the backend, you can run it through a caching layer, put the results in Redis so you don't make too many requests, that kind of thing. Yeah. Also, if you're using like Versal, they have a whole article on how you can cache the results of your serverless functions. And I do believe Nuxt with an API folder like works on Versal. I don't know how you have it deployed though. And see you later, SharkTurnUp. Thank you for all the supports today. We'll see you. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Bimsicle. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. And I am procrastinating. And what's up, Crystal Mater? Welcome in. It's true, Code Than Cake. Yeah. It's odd. Yes, the Mozilla Developer Network is literally by Mozilla Foundation, which creates Firefox, but Firefox doesn't support it. It's a Go backend, so it's a bit complicated. Yeah, that does seem complicated. GG's, what's that? Acorn, cool. Let's write some code. So here's what we're going to do to get to finish this task. As a list creator, I want a link that I can share with others. Watch me. In one line of code, we can do this, and I think it will be just fine for now. So on the dashboard page, right underneath the list description, we'll have another paragraph that says, and really we only want to show this if the list is published. One line. I mean, multiple lines. Somewhat one line. So if the list is published, then we will show this. We can use this syntax. Share this link with others. And then we have a little anchor tag. It has the href with the link. And then this link right there. Right here. But we need to... I mean, honestly, I kind of want to put it in a variable because we're going to use it in multiple places. So let's do this. This is a map over a list that we are then rendering an item. And right now we have an implicit return. However, if we turn this into a function that returns that, now we can have some embedded variables in our map. So here I can say like list URL. And that is where we can create this right here. Well, I didn't copy it. Like that. And the reason I'm doing this is because it gets a bit more complicated. I have to do config.baseURL/view/slug. And so that's the full URL. And then we're going to use that right there, but we're also going to use that on the href. And we're going to make this open in a new tab, a new window. Target blank. And then rel, we want no opener, no follow. I'll look that up in a second. Cool, but that should do it. Extra curly? I think we're good. So we have a template literal that has one variable there and then one variable there. And then this curly brace is the curly brace for the function. So we turned it from an implicit return into a function with a body. Make the content just the link. Well, I want them to be able, let me show you. So this should do it. So yeah, if it's published, then the link is there. The reason I want it to be there is because I'm the kind of person that would literally just select it and copy it. I guess you also could like right click and say copy link. I see what you're saying though. Like share this link, like I could like make it a link. I think I want to show the full URL because I'm not going to do copy to clipboard and I'm not going to do the share API. A text field that auto selects it when you click on it. That's like read only. Maybe, I mean, I guess that could work. What would be required to do that? I also want them to be able to click it though. Let's just work on the styles. So I want this to maybe be like italics or something like that. Will that work? It does. Cool. Cool. Honestly, I kind of want to put it below. I want to put it below the buttons. Let's see what that looks like. I kind of like this. So it's like you have your action buttons, because eventually we're also going to add like a delete button and other like easy actions, so you don't have to go to edit and then click delete. So we will eventually add those. So if I drag this, I don't think I've ever done that in my entire life, but that works too. But here we go. So in roughly 2 lines of code, I did the thing that made me rage quit last time. And I know there are other things you can do. I know you could copy it to the user's clipboard. You could use the share API, which like prompts a dialog that has like it has the native share UI. So if you've ever clicked share inside an app like on Android or iOS, that actually prompts a dialog and it lets you choose from the apps that you want to share it with, or it gives you an option to copy the link. We could do all of that. I don't want to. This is easy enough because at this point now the user literally has a link that they can share with others. Now, I want to make sure that I did this correctly. The rel no opener, no follow. So I have an empty space to the left of the card to have a background. You mean like here? It should automatically overflow. Yeah, let's test it. I think we have a limit on the name length. I actually don't know what it is. Let's see if this errors out. It does. Value too long for type character varying. Do we have something for better error messages? Create a unified error handler that handles Zod errors and DB errors. Yeah, we do. So eventually we're going to fix that so it's not like a DB error. But in the meantime, yeah, and I guess for whatever reason we didn't update our Zod validator. So this is twice as long as it should be. Look at that. That was first try, like 100. Okay, so this is length 100. And let's see what it looks like in the list. Well, we need to publish it. And now that it's published, yeah, it wraps. That's fine by me. Oh, no, yeah, so this is just for this will only work on the deployed site. Yeah, right now you see that it's localhost 8000, but that's why I'm using this variable base URL, because in our deployed website, the base URL is fresh-spots.deno.dev. Yeah. Last time we had a DB error. Let's see if we still do. Yeah. I need to fix that. This seems fine to me. This seems completely fine. I mean, I guess when you have the text wrapping below the buttons, that's not as nice. I almost want, let's look at this. So if we look at what the card can do, I think we could put a card footer. I think that might look good. Let's see. Like I thought there was a card footer. Like this? Like what did they do for that? Yeah, card footer text muted. Let's do that. There we go. That looks way better. Don't you agree? Because now it's like not within the flow of the UI. The user can see that that is a thing. I like it. That's what we're going with. So I actually want to add this same thing on the edit page. So like right below here, they have the link that they can share. Oh yeah, I agree, Veeb, but this is... I completely agree, but this is... I don't know if you were here last time, but it was a whole thing, and this I think is a good middle ground. Okay, if we look at the dashboard, list, and then the edit page, I want to put that thing right inside of here. I guess it's actually on the sidebar. So if we look in islands and we look at the sidebar component, yeah, so I mentioned earlier we want like a delete button. We also want to have like a publish button and all that, like all of the high level edit things of the list. I want to be able to do right there. Yeah, it's so you weren't. I can already tell you weren't here last time, Gian, because it's not a small implementation for copy to clipboard. If you want to support multiple browsers, and then it's not simple. I know it can be done, but it's not simple. Okay, what are you doing here, Oscar? Oh yeah, I agree with that. We don't have a map tile yet. I think we have a card that will, or a ticket we'll do in the future for that. Right here. I know I could have put this into a component, but it's very likely that in the future, we'll replace this whole thing with copy to clipboard or using the share API. Yeah. Okay, I just need this list URL variable. Put that right here. And then copy our code from before, from the dashboard, right about here. This will be editing list.value.slug, if it exists. And then we need to pull in config, which is just a file that has all of our settings that we want to pull in here. Though, if I pull in the config, I'm pulling in I'm pulling in like secrets. Huh. I actually want to look at the bundled TypeScript to see if it actually is loading like my database password and everything else too. But all that did is when you're on the edit page, it gives you the link right there. This is worst case scenario. Like no one's really going to have a title that long. It's usually going to be something like this. So the link to share with others is a bit more usable. Deno is not defined. Yeah, I guess this is what I was worried about because when I'm passing the config into an island, which is client-side JavaScript, it doesn't have access to Deno. So I kind of need to pull this in as a prop. Let's pull it in as a prop. Base URL. And base URL is a string. So now, whenever I pull in the sidebar, which is on the edit dashboard, I'm going to pass in the base URL, which is config.base URL, like that. Yeah. Let me learn React so I can finally understand anything in this stream. I have some intro to React stuff. Why do I not get a TypeScript error? Preact rendered to string. Config is not defined. Oh, okay. And that's because now I need to actually use the prop. So if we go to sidebar, now I'm not using config anymore. I'm literally just using the base URL prop, like that. Great. Yeah. I appreciate you, Gian, but you don't know the pain that it caused me last time, so I'm not even gonna humor it. Why not location.host? That could work. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the way to go. I think the main issue is when it's server rendering, I don't know if that has a value. We might have to use a different variable when the server rendering is happening, right? I mean, we can test really quick, but I'm not going to change it because I'm pretty sure we're going to run into some issues with the server-side rendering. Location.host. Cannot read properties of undefined. Yeah, so that's the issue, is server-side rendering doesn't get access to it. But I guess you're right. Inside of the island, we could have used that. I'm all right. Yeah. Okay. We have a sidebar that takes in a URL. We have the main page that's loading that little share thing. And thank you, Turkler. Appreciate that. This looks good to me. I think this is done. This is what we were trying to work on last time. I'm okay with what we've done here. Dashboard list should link to edit by ID if slug is not defined. This was a bug for people that had existing lists. Where right here, if it has a slug, we link there. Otherwise, we link to its ID. Actually, I don't know if that's a thing anymore. And also, when we redeploy this thing, I'm probably going to have to wipe the database because I do need to figure out why my Supabase database isn't connecting anymore. Okay, this looks good to me. Let's work on deploying because right now the site is broken. Let's debug that. Let's figure out why. Let me commit this. I'll push it up, and then we'll come on. We'll figure out why. How did I come up with the Trello task? It's a long process. So if you look on the playlist of all the past episodes, you can watch the episode I did it in. But ultimately, when we started working on the app, as we came across something that we're like, oh yeah, we need to revisit that, or oh, that needs to be rewritten, we put a to-do in our code base. And then at a certain point, we literally had hundreds of to-dos in the source code as like a comment. And I was like, this is too much. So in this stream, part 13, we took all of those to-dos and then extracted them into hundreds. We extracted them into Trello tasks. The other thing is like the feature task. That's more of just like, what do we want this app to do? And really, these are the high-level features, like create, read, update, delete lists, add points of interest to the list. I mean, and these things that we, I guess we do have a description about the point of interest. And we can share the list. So yeah. Yeah, thank you, Jolt. Appreciate that. Let's deploy this thing. So this is the feature we added. When I push this up to GitHub, I'm using Deno deploy, which will automatically deploy the app when I push to GitHub. So if I look at my dashboard here, we can now see that 7 seconds ago, I pushed the code up, it automatically deployed that for me. However, if we look at the logs, I'm having a database connection issue for some reason. Yeah. And the logs here, password authentication failed for user Postgres. Yeah, last I checked, Supabase was still awake, and we've got an ad, so we'll pause. Okay. I'm going to go to Supabase really quick. I'm going to look at my dashboard and figure out why the database isn't connecting. So I already ran the database migrate down and up, so it should have like completely wiped out the database. So the Fresh Spots project on here has not gone to sleep. There is no data in the database, but it does have tables. I think I can show this. So Supabase is a thing that it's kind of like a competitor to Firebase, but it essentially gives you a Postgres instance, and that's what I needed. So I'm literally only using Supabase so that I can get this dev instance of a Postgres database. But you can see here we have like users, and right now there are none. We have spots, we have spot list. The main thing we wanted in spot list was a slug, which it has. Yeah, the data isn't in here because I had to bring the database down and then bring it back up. But okay, so the project is running. For whatever reason, the password isn't working. I need to look at my settings really quick. Yeah, and I already did delete the response. I told him it was going to happen. I don't think... Wait, maybe I want to use connection pooling? So if I use a different port, it uses connection pooling? Well, Oscar. Let's try this. I'm just going to change the port in my Deno deploy settings and see if it just uses the connection pool and see if that fixes anything. SASL authentication failed. Welcome welcome in, Codehouse. I don't speak Spanish. Are you asking if I'm Spanish or if I speak Spanish? Oh, greetings from Spain. Great. Thank you for the greetings. Welcome in. Okay. Let's debug this. Postfix? It's not a thing, is it? Unsafely ignore certificate errors. So I don't think it's a certificate error, though. Oh, is that what the Sassel error is, then? Yeah. No secret in database. Okay, so one thing I did, though, is I changed the DB port to use the pulling port, which I mean, I kind of do need to do because these are edge functions, but that shouldn't be why the authentication is failing. Well, I mean, I could. I think that's worst case scenario, right? Is delete the Supabase project and then just recreate it. But I don't necessarily want to do that. I mean, I can. It'll take a second to spin back up. But let me just confirm that I have my password correct. And hey, Limotes, welcome in. Yeah, it's still complaining. Authentication failed. Maybe this is something we just need to search specifically for Supabase, because this password works. Wait, authenticate with Sassel? Is that the issue? What is Sassel? And do I need to do something specific to support it? Password authentication. Here's the thing. Let me just confirm this, but I can connect to the database when my code is running locally. I don't think I upgraded it. No, I mean, I don't know if they give me an option to upgrade it. Can you be sassy? What do you mean assets work? Yeah, it's true. MC still told like new error messages are good. Yeah, I don't see anything in settings about like upgrading to V2. Oh, I see. Sassel is sassy. All right. Honestly, let me just reset the database password. That did not work. This Stack Overflow says the password is possibly too complicated. Simple authentication and security layer normally uses for external authentication. Okay. I'm kind of just baffled that the connection works locally, but it doesn't work when it's on Deno deploy. Let me just confirm really quick that it actually does work locally. And if it does, I'm going to delete and recreate this project. Yeah, it does. I was literally able to delete all of my database tables locally. Which honestly makes me think, though, if I create a new Supabase instance, is it going to be able to connect? I don't know if there's like a compatibility issue here. But this is super weird. Yeah, I guess we could just find another Postgres database, honestly, at this point. I think so. I was using Railway at one point. Let's see if I have credits. It's super weird. What's up, Mashiko? Welcome in. Oh. Let's just use Railway because I have credits there. So we're just going to switch to Railway really quick. Yeah, I've done some stuff with Angular before. I don't have any plans to do it anytime soon. Railway is a place where you can deploy stuff. So they put stuff in containers, but you can deploy databases, backend apps, that kind of thing. I might just have to delete this and create a new one. Okay. So I have a database. How do I get the password? Connect. Show the password. Here we go. Supabase isn't bad. I just ran into connection issues with it. So nice. Nice. It worked. So now and I'll show you all of this in a second, Now I need to go into my Deno deploy settings and update all of the things. So DB password needs to be updated. DB name. DB port. Yeah, and I will not show you the DB password. DB host. If you have the host and the password, you could connect directly to this database and just wipe all the data. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing too important here, but yeah. Okay. I'm gonna save that, and now I will show you that hopefully it works in a second. Let's see. Here we go. We're on the deployed site. We click login. We click authorize. It just works, and we're in. Nice. Nice. So now we can create a list. Best parks in Denver. All the parks you should visit if you come to Denver. Here we go. I'll add a park. And then, so here's the cool thing. I will... Wait, right there. Let's put it there. After I make this, I can share the link and all of you should be able to see it. And then I'll show you how I deployed this database in a second. Wash Park, yeah, that's one of them. The privacy policy is really... What are you talking about? Okay. Has a museum and zoo. Add the spot. And then we'll also add Wash Park. I think that's a good call code, then cake. Oh no, this is Sloan's Lake, but I'll still add it. But yeah, I know what you mean. Big lake with great views. And then we also will add Wash Park as well. Washington Park. Great park with lots of lawns to sit on and a bike and pedestrian friendly loop around the whole park. Add the spot. Great. Now let's make it public. Save it. If you go here, you'll probably crash the database because there'll be too many links to it. But anyone in the chat should literally be able to click that link and see this page. Also, we're not showing the author of the list, but confirm? Can people get there? I do have a feeling that it works. Nice. It works smoothly. Okay. Well, the one thing that I'm worried about is Deno.dev. So Deno deploy uses edge functions, which means that it's not going to work very well on mobile. Yeah, we haven't handled that yet. Yeah, welcome in, Canaria. Yeah, there's a bunch of gifted subs today. Cannot read properties of undefined length. We're using Chrome. We'll fix that in the future. But with this being an edge function, every single request is like spinning up a new instance, a new little edge function. Like this. Yeah, somebody is potentially trying to denial of service it. But all that's going to do is just like increase the number of requests that have hit the app, and then I'm on the free tier, so I'm not actually going to pay anything. They'll probably just shut down my app if that happens. But the thing to worry about here is every single one of these requests to the page makes a connection to this database. And you actually are limited in the number of connections you can have before things start to break, which is why you want to use connection pooling. I don't know how we can enable that on Railway, but that is something we'd want to look to in the future. I mean, it loads pretty quick. That's awesome. And I guess if we look at the network request, let's see. Yeah, it's super quick. It loads a little bit of JavaScript, and then the rest are the tiles. Look at that, 5 kilobytes for a page load. I mean, yeah, and I think we might have hit our token limit, or our tile limit. Those got undefined for whatever reason. Oh yeah, that's a good call, American 2050. We can add like a lot of little UX things like that. Click. What do you mean? Yeah, what's up, Damon? I mean, the end goal is to just have it working. I mean, technically, we have it working. We have a view page that lets users see the specific list. We have a bunch of stories about like user experience and things we want to fix, though. Why is there a white background in the cards? Oh, wait. It's possible that it is loading light mode. I totally forgot that we did that. Let's see really quick. I completely forgot. If we look on our layout page, components, layout. Yeah. So if your browser prefers light mode, it's going to load this. But if they don't, it's going to load this. We always want dark mode, because everything else in our color scheme depends on it being dark mode. So I'm literally going to remove that. And then in our, do we have assets or static? Yeah, we're going to get rid of flatly. That's it. All right, let me fix that really quick. Dark mode wins, yes. 80% done. Yeah, okay. So if you have concerns, if you have UI tweaks that you think need to happen, here's what you should do. Go to this Trello board and see, do we already have a ticket with that? So I don't know if you can you filter by can you filter by label? Filter. UX. There we go. So you can go to this Trello board. You can filter by user experience and see if we have a ticket for that yet. And then, yeah, I will add a ideas/suggestions card. And then if you have an idea or a suggestion for the user experience, add a comment here. So I do believe that I have comments enabled. So you can go there, add a comment, and I won't lose it. And that'll be like our backlog of user suggestions. So things like left aligning and like ideas for like mouse hover and stuff like that, definitely add all of that there. Aren't I using Mapbox? The copyright is wrong. You might be right. Let's see. Do I have OpenStreetMaps on there? OpenStreetMap contributors. Yeah, you're totally right. I don't know if Mapbox Studio has a what do you call it? Do I have to attribute them? Finish fresh spots. The thing is, all right, let me remove this filter. All right, I'm gonna say that sharing is done. This is also done because it won't be a bug anymore because everything has a slug. Let's pick one more thing to work on today. At least for now, for fresh spots. Because we can work, I'll stay live and work on other things potentially. Getting started, attribution. Thanks, America 2050. Let's see. At least 3 links. Yeah, so we're not using the OpenStreetMaps thing anymore. So we can just do copyright Mapbox. Cancel should be immediate. Yeah, it's a good point. So on some of them, they are if you haven't made any changes yet. So for instance, if I go in here and I click cancel, because I haven't made changes, it's immediate. On here, if I click cancel, we're not keeping track of whether there were changes, so that should be immediate. Why do I want to add improve this map? I had no idea Mapbox had like a public map page. That's pretty cool. So I'm gonna update the attribution really quick. So especially since this is deployed and people can start using it, I think it makes sense to update the attribution. So if we look at our fresh map component, I do believe we have the attribution section on here, right here. And so now we need Mapbox. Can I just add an anchor tag in here? And I don't think we're not using Carto anymore. Carto was our provider from before. We're just gonna do this. Cool, yeah, and then I don't need OpenStreetMap, I only need Mapbox. Nice. Yeah, I guess I'm standing in the way, but that looks good to me. Though, we should open it in a new tab. Does this open in a new tab? It doesn't. That's unfortunate. But we're going to make these links open in a new tab. And we've got an ad. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, thank you, Neon Dactyl. We're working with Deno today, which, like, Deno the dinosaur, which is why. But that deploy takes a second, but in a second, it is not updated. Hard refresh? Hard refresh? Wait, did I not push up? I did push. Thank you, Raisin Ghost. Wait, 14 minutes ago, add share link. Everything's up to date. 38 seconds ago. There we go. It's not updated. Oh well. Is that, I mean, is this a copyrighted hand gesture? Yeah, I think the browser is caching it. No. Oh, I totally forgot, which is another reason why this needs to be refactored into a reusable component like tech debt. The map for the view only page is it's different. So if I to get it working there, I needed to put it updated in both places. So let me fix that. Now it should be fixed, and now now it's fixed. There we go. Third try. This project is exhausting. Like I said, we'll pick one more thing to work on today, and then I think that's it for I mean, this project has gotten to a point where, like, every time I work on it, I kind of dread it, just because there's so much. Also, someone definitely is putting a what do you call that? They're like testing it. Don't do that. Stop. Stop. Don't do that. Let's pick something to work on. I've used D3 before. I haven't worked with it extensively, but I have used it before. I mean, load test is the term that I was looking for. I didn't ask anybody to load test this. And in fact, if you're load testing it, it's going to potentially make it so that the site will stop working, because I'm on the free tier of Deno Dev, and then they'll be like, "Hey, you've made too many requests, so don't stop it." Working on the tech debt, could that help the fatigue or make it worse? Probably make it. I think, like, working towards it is a good thing. But again, it's just like we're not adding any new features, and so, like, that is aggravating, because we're literally, like, the code works exactly the same way. Yeah, I just see, like, there's a little over 200 people here, so I just assume that 200 people are not generating 2,650 requests. There's somebody running a load test against it. Okay. And Glyjar, thank you very much for that, Risa. Appreciate you. AI dinosaur, that could be fun. Honestly, This is a thing. So people submitted AI generated dinosaurs, and we want to choose a random one every time you go to the homepage. So this could be fun. Wow. Oh, this is cool. This is a new one. I haven't seen this one from Cramiac. The AI generated text is just fascinating to me. Like, it speaks its own language. Like, it's derived that from all the images that it's looked at. Okay. Move the login button. Yeah, okay, we're going to work on that. So, as a potential user, I want to see a random AI generated dinosaur on the homepage. Do we have anything about the navbar? As a logged in user, I want the navbar button to behave predictably. Do we have any notes on this? If the drop down, oh, that's too much. That's too many, too much. We're gonna work on this AI. We're gonna load random AI images on the homepage, and we're gonna move the login button into the navbar. Because right now, login with Discord is down here. We're gonna put it up here. That's the plan. Let's go. Quick stretch. And there's an ad, so we can't go. Yeah, I mean, now I feel even worse for all the support today, because, I mean, I assume the people showing up and giving support, like, they're here to see fresh spots. I guess this will be fun, though. We'll download all of these images. We'll show a random one. Can we attach an image resizer feature? So what do you mean by that? Oh, like a server-side automatically resized image based on client size? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. I appreciate that, Shulman. No, I mean, this will be easy enough. This will be fun. Nice. Oh, the short version. I haven't seen that one. Thank you, Murdoch. Acidspark says, I'm here in spite of fresh spots. In spite of is actually pretty funny. I appreciate that code then cake as well. Okay, ads are over. Let's do this. So, Oscar, can you clarify what you meant by that? Like, what do you mean by automatic image resizer? And thank you, Delano. I appreciate that as well. Okay, static images. We're going to put our images inside of here. If today is the last day of fresh spots, I give 5 gifted subs. It's not the last day, but I mean, we could. So we've reached the point where you can share the list that you've created. That's pretty cool, I think, anyways. Obviously, the user experience needs some work. The UI needs some work. We need to make it work on mobile. There's a lot of tech debt that we need to fix. But we could launch this today. I mean, it is launched. You can use this app today. Thank you, Delana. Thank you very much for the gift. Okay, let's download these images. So give me 1 second. We're gonna download these. And actually, where are we even loading the landing page image from? GitHub user content. I don't really want to do that anymore. We're just gonna save it. Actually, I mean, that's not a horrible idea, Code Thin Cake. Like, I mean, it technically already is open source, but we could move it into a scenario where I am more open to accepting pull requests and people can start adding features. And then we can spend like maybe an hour every Friday where I'm reviewing PRs. That could be cool. I like that idea. At that point, it would make sense to move to GitHub projects, though. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's start downloading these images. That one goes there. That one goes there. And honestly, implementing this will be pretty interesting because I do believe we can write server-side code that dynamically reads all the files from this directory and picks a random one, because this page is server-side rendered. So it's not like we need a static list of images. It should be able to literally... This one's great. Who did this one? Pablo. Great work. It didn't create your list? What did it do? Did he get an error? What happened? What happened? It's me. Yeah, Pablo. Okay, so these are like combined. Do I save the combined ones? Oh, that's weird to hear, Valk. It could be a the app could have gone down. Don't know. It's cool though. I was just wondering if like I thought like if they were individual images, but I think it's all one image. I see, Codex. I see. So it gives you a thumbnail of all of them. And then did you post them separately? I'm okay with showing the all four of them. Yeah. Actually, that's a good idea too. Like we call the GitHub API, get the issues, parse the issue for image URLs, and then load a random one with a credit to the user that added the comment. That's a better idea. Okay. The only issue with that is we will need like a GitHub token for the GitHub API. Let's do that. And then also I'm just going to make myself a little to-do of all the things we're going to do. So this happens on the landing page. This is what we're going to do before we stop working on this. This is get all issues. Well, I guess, yeah, that is the other issue, right? Is like if some troll comes along and adds an issue with a bad image, like does GitHub prevent that in any way? Yeah, I mean, that's one way to validate it is like I literally add a if there is a thumbs up reaction from W3CJ, then allow the post. Yeah, please don't test it. please. The other issue, though, is how easy is it to get all issues with reactions from the GitHub API? Because I've done this in the past, and I think I had to make, like, recursive requests. Like, get all of the issues, and then for every issue ID, make a further request to get all of the reactions. Especially if you want to know the author of the reaction. We'll see. You're right, Delano. I mean, I'm just gonna keep saving them. You all make really great points. It would be cool to have all of this like completely dynamic, but you make a really good point that people could spoil it for everyone else if they start adding bad stuff. And then if I don't worry about that, I don't have to worry about that. So We're just going to go with the ones that already exist. And we'll add more in the future. Oh, interesting. Valk. Yeah, I haven't tested in Chrome. I'll have to do that. They do have a GraphQL API. That's probably how we would get issues with author information, with reactions, with author information for reaction information. Yeah. But we're going to do this locally and hard-coded for now. So in static, we have an images directory. And actually, I'm just going to rename that to Dinos. And then I'm going to create an images folder and put Dinos inside of it, because we could have other images in the future. So images, Dinos. Read all images from directory. Choose random one. Show in page. This is what we're going to do. This little handler right here is kind of like the equivalent to get server-side props in like Next, where like this code is running on the server. I guess technically, I think I could even put code right here that runs on the server. But we'll do it here because then we can pass it in. But we will grab the images. And the other thing is I can make this an async function. So I can do await Deno dot read directory, and then we want to pull in path from the standard library. Have we already done that? Yeah. So we will import path from deps like that. And path is a core module. Isn't it? Maybe we're not actually exporting it. Oh, well, we're it's not in dependencies, it's in the map. So this is it. Why not create an API to serve a random image URL every time? That's basically what this is doing, because this is doing it on page render. We don't really need to do it from the client side, so I think it's fine. Right? Right, how does path work? I'm pretty sure when we were working with our database and our migrations, we had a way of dealing with paths, right? And it's Shaman. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Last day. Community voted safe images, yeah. And Clarkio, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. I'm CJ, and I'm having an existential crisis, but I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. What were you working on? Passwordless login with Node. Nice. Nice. We're working on an app called Fresh Spots, and we actually we did some work today. So we have the website. You can log into it. You can create lists of places to visit. So for instance, you could do something like best places to auth your node. This isn't, I mean, that's not a good example. But for instance, you create that list, and then once you have the list, you can go and you can say, oh, well, that's a really good place. It's a McDonald's. I got authorized here. And then you can add it to the list. And then you can add other spots to the list. Starbucks. auth is great, here, and add it. And then you can publish your list. And once you've published your list, you now have a link that you can share with other people. So if you take this link and then share it, other people can go there and see the list, see the things that you've created. So, I mean, this was a silly example, but what I've done is, like, I'm working on, like, best parks in Denver. So I have the parks marked here. And yeah, no worries, Clarkio. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for bringing all your friends over. But this is the app we're working on, and what we're doing right now is we're actually working on the home page. So there's an error which we will fix, but on the home page, we want to show a random AI generated dinosaur image. So that's what we're working on right now. I am right now trying to figure out how to use this path module, because we're using Deno for this. I might have to go look at the Deno docs. I think I'm gonna have to look at the Deno docs. I mean, the other thing I could do is actually just specify a relative path, like static images. Let's take a quick stretch. Hello, Android Paul, who says, is it moral to follow along with the course or video tutorial project and add it to GitHub for a portfolio as your own project? I think as long as you say where you learned that thing from, like, you should. I think it is immoral if you try to pass it off as you wrote this without any help, but I think it's okay to put in your portfolio as long as you say based on what I learned in this course, or based on the project from this course, something like that. All right, let's see what we get. So the page loads. On the server side, we get an iterator. Cool, let's put it into an array. Images is not iterable. You lie. You lie. Right? We don't need the path module. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, cross-platform compatibility, but yeah, I mean, the fact that this is on Deno deploy and that I know it's a Linux server. So what does this give us back? Oh, it's an async iterable. Well, do I have, like, a to array? Or do I literally need a this? I think this is what I need, but I don't like it. But that's probably it. Yeah, so this is known as an async iterable. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, images is an iterable, but it is an async iterable, meaning each thing in the iterable needs to be awaited, because it returns a promise. So this is how we're doing that. We're essentially waiting on the promise of each thing in that iterable. Is this the only way to do this? Let me find some docs for this. Deno read files in directory. Writing a text file. It's like a reverse promise.all. I actually don't know how to explain it, but it is a thing. Yeah, for await. For await of. So creates a loop iterating over an async iterable object, as well as sync iterable objects. So just like you can await something that doesn't return a promise, and it'll just give you back that value, you technically can do a for await on a thing that isn't async. Can I promise? We could try. Let's see, like, No, because it's an async. I mean, we're getting a TypeScript error. Let's see if it. I guess that's the thing is. It's an iterator, not an array. So yeah, I don't think so. This isn't the end of the world. I could push into another array. But I'm curious if there's like simpler syntax for it. That makes sense, Codex. Yeah, and I think that's why they have this API, because it could be that you have thousands of files in the directory, and it doesn't want to just read all of those in all at once. It takes a function as an array? Oh, it's possible, PetePal. Yeah, so someone was like load testing. So it's possible that we ran out of tile requests, but it looks like this is working. Yeah, I think it's still working. There could be some bugs in other browsers. Promise.all array from. Okay, we'll try it. It doesn't like it. TypeScript doesn't like it. Deno might not care. Let's see. Oh, but if you want to read more about 408 of, you can check out the MDN article. Reader. Empty array. So yeah, we gotta do this thing. It really is just the nature of an async iterable. This example, because this is literally what I'm doing. Is that what you mean, Oscar? This? Yeah, this is exactly what I was about to do, right? So we have access to each image. I'm a developer. I know how to do this. Don't await the read. We could do this. And so each image has a name property. So we probably just can push the name property. And really we can double check, like, is it a file? So like if image is a file, then push it into the images array. And then we want a random image. So we'll just pass this in as a prop. This will just be images at images.length times math.random and take math.floor of that whole thing. So get a random image index from the images array. And so we're passing that name in here. And then this is rendering, and data has a message property, which is a string, and then it also has an image property, which is a string. And now we can pass that image into the landing page. So the landing component now takes an image prop. So we go to the landing component. We'll update it to grab image, and we can say image is of type string, like that. And then now we can make this dynamic. So instead of hard coding that, this is going to be slash images slash denos slash that specific image, like that. And just like that, now every time we load the page, Image is not defined. Did I call it the right thing? Oh, because I need to extract it here, like that. Because I need to do data.image. There we go. This is first try. Yeah, so look at that. So now every time we load it, we get a random one. Awesome. Let's normalize the style, or like the sizing of it. So let's just say that the this, not a width of 50%. We're just gonna do an inline style binding here. We'll say width is 300 pixels, and it will auto height. Nice. I like this. It was good. Oh, that's pretty good, Pablo. I think they probably got that idea from, or not, maybe they didn't, but it's very similar to TRPC. How you're literally just calling functions and it is invoking basically like backend API requests. Cool. I'm gonna add a link that says suggest an image here. Seizure warning. Sorry about that, everybody. Suggest an AI generated image here. Really, this is where the anchor tag goes. Here. Send them over there. Open it in a new tab, and then open it in a new do the things to prevent security issues and privacy issues. Here we go. Yeah, so we generated this app with Tailwind. We added Bootstrap later because I was tired of writing all the styles from scratch. And I think, oh, I see. I need to put this whole thing in probably put it in a div and then text center that div. But yeah, this is using Tailwind, and it's specifically using a thing called Twinned, which generates the styles when the page itself is rendered, like on the fly. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. The other thing we wanted to do while we're here is we want to take this login with Discord button and put it in the nav bar instead of putting it right there. So what I want to do is take... really, I think just the button. We'll take it all for now, but we're going to remove the login button from there, and then in our navbar component, we'll render the login button if they are not logged in. So if we look in our islands, user avatar button is a thing that can have... move the card to done. Good call. We're making progress. It feels good to make progress. We're now seeing a random AI generated image. But now, if there is no user, we need to return this button. Just like that. It's not working. Let's see if it's rendering anything there. It's not. Let's debug this. So, user avatar button gets loaded onto navbar. And now we actually do want to render it if there is not a user. because before, so basically what I removed that conditional render so that it always gets rendered, but inside the component, we are determining if this button should show up. We'll fix the styles, but now if I log in with Discord, now it has that, and that's what we want. But let's fix the styles so it's not on the next line. And I think really what we want is we kind of want to copy the styles here. Div class relative? That's probably all we need. This is Preact, which is essentially React. If you know React, you know Preact. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. We did it. So, the other cool thing about this is if we go to view a specific thing and we're not logged in, we see that login button there. So the user doesn't have to go to the home page to log in. Now, if they're viewing a specific map, they have this button which will take them to log in. Technically, it's fresh. Yeah, but it is Preact. It's Preact running within fresh. So yeah, but yeah, if you just search the web for Preact, you'll find it. And if you look at the docs, it looks exactly like Preact, exactly like React, but there's some cool things that are specific to Preact. It's also smaller than React, and for a while, a few years ago, Facebook, who are the maintainers of React, they had a not very permissive license on React. So for a lot of companies that didn't want to adhere to the license that Facebook had put on React, they used Preact instead, because I do believe Preact is under the MIT license. It is. Now, React is also under the MIT license, but it hasn't always been that way. Solid.js is a completely new thing that takes inspiration from all these other places. And so I do think that Solid.js is going to win out in terms of like the framework wars, because here's the because, right? Everybody uses React. I don't like React. I use React. Look at me. I'm literally using, like JSX. I'm using it right now. I don't even like it, and I'm using it. It is one out. It's not the best. It's not the best solution, but it is the solution that most people have most people have gravitated have gravitated towards. So with that said, something like Svelte, which has some really cool ideas with no virtual DOM and like really small builds, and it's super fast. This whole thing is great, but you have all these developers that are so used to JSX, they're so used to React, that when they see Svelte, it's they don't like it at first glance. Like, I like it. I think Svelte has a really cool API, and I think the developer experience is really great, but people that have been in the React world for so long, they basically have like Stockholm syndrome. And because of that, because of React Stockholm syndrome, I think Solid is going to win out, because Solid is very similar to Svelte in that it does not have a virtual DOM. And also all of the gotchas with React hooks, like you can't have a conditional React hook, and all of your hooks need to be at the top of your component, and you have to specify a dependency array. React hooks are like, it's not a good developer experience. Like, and compared to all the other ways of doing like computed values or having a function run on load, React hooks are like the worst way to do it. Like Svelte has really easy like computed functions. Vue has and on mount functions. Vue has similar things. In my opinion, React hooks suck. But with all of that said, Solid lets you use JSX, and then they have these things called signals that don't have all the gotchas of React hooks and just work. So I think Solid.js is going to win out. So yeah, that's a thing. So, because here's the idea, like if you're a React developer, you know that you can only use state inside of a component. And that state is only accessible there. If you want it to be accessible elsewhere, you need to like move the state up, lift the state up, Yeah, there are probably other gotchas for Solid, but on the surface, this is really great because you don't have the gotchas. You can literally create a signal anywhere outside of a component in a completely separate module, and then you can import that signal into any file or any component, and it will just work. You don't have all of the gotchas and weird things that you have with React. So, yeah, Solid is pretty sweet. I'll have to, I mean, honestly, I haven't even tried it. I've seen examples of it, and it seems like, yeah, this is it. Basically, all the React people are going to migrate to Solid, or React is going to adopt a lot of the things that Solid is doing. Yeah. Yeah. Can I explain the virtual DOM? I've tried explaining the virtual DOM in like under a minute or two. Yeah, no, I guess that's the other thing is Preact now has signals. I think they copied it from yeah, and so actually, I mean, I actually don't know what that means for Preact though. At least from what I've seen in Solid, everything is a signal, right? There is no like use state. Whereas with Preact, you can use state, but they also provide signals. But let's talk about the virtual DOM. First of all, you have to know what the DOM is. So when you open the DevTools, this here is a visual representation of the DOM. This is the document object model, and it's what the web browser understands about the page that it has loaded. So the fact that we can see all of these elements, we can hover over them, this is the DOM. This is the document object model. We're looking at HTML, but this is not HTML source code. This is the DOM that is being mapped to the original HTML source code. If you're in your web browser, Command U or Control U will show you the source of the page. These are the HTML elements. They are literally just text, right? That gets loaded into the browser, which creates the DOM. But what that allows us to do is we can write JavaScript against that DOM, right? So I can look at this specific element. And then with JavaScript, I can say, give me the first thing on the page that has these specific classes. So it has the button class, it has this class, all of that, and then JavaScript literally gives me back that element, and I can do things with it. So that is the DOM. The virtual DOM is just an in-memory virtual representation of that, so we're not dealing directly with the DOM. And we write our code in a more declarative way, and the framework kicks in and handles all of this lower-level actual like DOM manipulation and DOM code. But what that means is behind the scenes, and actually, this isn't even a good example because this whole thing was server-side rendered, so there actually is no JavaScript here. But if we go to this page, this actually does have some virtual DOM in play, like here. So like I click on this little form appears. That's the virtual DOM in action. If you were to write this all from scratch, you would have JavaScript code that literally creates a div element, creates input elements, and then appends it right there, or has some dynamic JavaScript that either decides to hide or show that. With the virtual DOM, I have written declarative code that says, if there is an active spot that has been clicked on, you should render a form right here. So the virtual DOM basically takes that state, takes that logic, and decides what to render onto the page. And so you can see, like right now, let's see if I can highlight this. This is the element. So if I click cancel, you can see that element completely got removed from the DOM. I did not write code that says delete element from DOM. I wrote code that conditionally renders that element. I can show you that right here. Right here. Yeah, so this is the code that I wrote. If there is a spot that we are editing, then render the spot form. And so all of this ties into the virtual DOM because I write my code this way, and then behind the scenes, the virtual DOM decides what to display and what not to display. That was a really long, drawn-out explanation, and I think I'm still missing some pieces, but I've done it in the past. I don't know if I have any specific virtual DOM? There's some other streams where I talked about the virtual DOM. I just don't know how to find them. Okay. So yeah, this framework is Preact, which is it's actually really complicated to talk about for beginners because Preact is a different implementation of React, and then we're running all of this inside of this thing called Fresh, which runs on a runtime called Deno, which is not Node. Basically, I want to stop working on this because it requires a lot of explanation, and it's difficult. It's difficult. Time to climb out. Basically, I just jumped out. Yeah. Yeah, so Deno is written in Rust, but as a JavaScript or TypeScript developer, you don't have to know anything about Rust. That's just the runtime. Similarly, like Node.js is written in like C++. And as a JavaScript developer, I don't have to know C++ to work with it. Yeah. I'm using Docker on my Mac right now. Yeah, so Docker is running, and it's got a little Postgres instance that's running right now. So. Okay. Do I still have that? I don't think I have that console log there anymore. I think we can call this done. Yeah, I think we're good to go. You're welcome, Tim Turner. Here's what we did. On the home page, now oh, look at that! We got the default one. Oh, never mind. I'm on the deployed website, so that actually doesn't matter. Here. On the home page, we now get a random Deno. Just like that. And we also have this login button, which is great. Let's ship it. This is it. Add AI Deno images. Move login button. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so like the PHP engine itself is written in C++, and but as a PHP developer, you don't need to know C++. I'm not using Mutagen IO. I actually don't know what that is. Cloud-based development using your local tools. Never seen that before. I'm just using Docker for like Docker Compose and Docker containers. Does Deno support environments like dev, stage, or prod? I haven't really looked into any of that. But probably, yeah. So like in the settings, there's likely a way to like point a specific branch for the deployment. I think I would need to create a separate deployment and then point it at the develop branch versus which is pointed at the master branch. So yeah, I think you could do that, but it would just require a little bit of configuration. Like let's actually see. Like if I go to create a new project. Yeah, so you select a Git repo, choose the branch. So I think this is how you would do it right now. Basically, you would have two different projects, one that's on the master branch, one that's on the development branch. That doesn't seem as seamless as like Vercel, which I think can just auto do that. But that is a thing. And then in terms of environment-specific features, we created our own Deno env. And so in our code, we could look at Deno env to decide, like, are we in prod or are we in development? Cool. Is there anything else that's easy that we could do? Also, it should... Oh, no. Oh, no. No, it's not done. We broke it. We broke the deploy with our most recent thing. Not found. No such file or directory. It's the images, though. Yeah, the image directory got added, so it is there. I don't know how Deno deploy handles like a static image directory. That could be the issue. because they're all here. Not found. No such file or directory. We're loading app/main.ts. Yeah, it's likely that I actually did need the path module. I haven't heard of Ash. Does Deno.readdir throw an error if it can't find the directory? Time for Coding Garden to return to Node. Yeah, I think that's also what I need in my life. Let's see. Let's actually just debug this really quick. Like, if we pass it a bad path, does it throw an error? Yeah, no such file or directory. But this is saying no such file or directory. Deploy JS. We probably need to look at the fresh docs to see what do we do about static images. Static files. Remove static. Let's see. Well, it works locally, which is why it would make me think that I didn't need to do that. But let's see. The path could just be different based on the deployment. Yeah, it's not there. Yeah, I think you're right, Codex. I think that's the issue, and also because we're trying to load that image dynamically and inside of an island. Well, no, it's not an island, is it? Yeah. Okay. Let's try this. Landing page is an island? Oh, no, it's just a component. So this is server-side rendered. This piece right here. The main issue is, excuse me, if I just wrap this in asset, it's completely dynamic, so it'll probably only build the one that it randomly got. So I think what we need to do is just invoke this like this. With the full path. So push it like this, and then when we use it, don't do anything to it. Just use it like this. But the reason I put this inside of the for loop is because Fresh needs to know about it, like when it's generating the files. Oh, good call. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, it's erroring out right here. It can't even read the directory right here. Let's see, though. And Pycius, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Let's see if this at least just works locally. Nice. Could not load this image. Yeah, I appreciate that, Pycius. Welcome in. It needs the full path. Oh, this already includes the static. I think. Yeah, it's possible, Limo. It's actually, I don't know what the path is. Do I need to pass asset into this? That can't be right. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so that worked. The fix over here was to remove static. That's great. Will it? I'm just gonna try this. It's possible that it this breaks. Let's see, JMO. Thank you. Read the current directory. Okay. And that's probably what I want. Deno.current working directory. /static. Yeah, okay. This is probably what I want too. So Deno.current working directory /static images dinos. Let's see if this still works over here. It does. Okay. This is probably what we want. Let's see. Yeah. Though I am worried about the static folder just not being where we think it is. And we might just have to look at the Deno deploy docs for that. Okay. It deployed them. Can it get the... So it deployed the images. That's good. That's a good sign. But it still cannot find the directory. So this line of code is good. This line of code is not. We need to figure out what the actual deployed folder is. I don't know, Codex. I mean, I feel like based on this, the deployment knows what the static files are. Like based on this code running during like the build. So. Okay. Removing static from this line up. The thing is, this is gonna break. If I do that, this is gonna break locally. So, check it. Time to get rid of the dinosaur shirt altogether. That's funny. This breaks entirely when we're local because it has to be the static folder. We probably need a conditional, like, The thing is, I don't even think we'll get a directory listing if we go to like /images/denos. Yeah, we don't even get a directory listing. I think the issue here is it's deploying these images to like a static CDN, and Deno doesn't have read access of that CDN. Let's see. Serve the directory. I could see that working, but I don't know if Fresh is going to let us do that. Because see, this is using Oak. Yeah, let's try. Well, actually, let me just. I guess we can try that. So, image folder. If config.deno.environment does not equal development, then we want these. And then we don't put static on there, we just do this. Otherwise, it's this with static. Like that. Image folder. Okay. Okay. Let me double check that what our Deno env. Yeah, so right now our Deno env is set to development. Over on deno.dev, I'm going to set it to production because I don't know if it actually is or not. Thank you. Not going to tell my name, but now we know who you are. But thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. For await will allow you to await an async iterable. That's about all I know about that. But it is an iterable that is asynchronous. Kind of like a generator. I don't know. What am I doing? Deno env. Make sure that this is production on the deployed site. As far as I know, this is the only way to test that is to just push it up. But like locally, it works fine because it's development. Let's see if this fixes it. I don't think it will though, because it just doesn't have access to this folder on the deploy. Have I ever used a generator function? I have. Especially when I was working on a code base that was using Redux and Sagas. Those are all generator based. So that was a whole lot of generators and such. Okay. We are now deployed. And why is everyone visiting the site? Or is somebody load testing me? I already told you to stop. I told you to stop and you didn't stop. That didn't work. No such file found. Okay. Okay, here's what we do. And zero death kiss 0. Thank you very much for that, Prime. Yeah, no worries, Ricardo. Thank you for dropping in. I'm glad you liked that video. So here's how we fix it, everybody. Are you ready? First of all, I might teach you something new that I learned a few weeks ago about listing files. So if we go into static, go into images, go in here. If you do an ls with a 1, that will print the files in the directory all on a new line. So that's a thing. ls-1 is something that you can Now put in your toolbox of command line tools. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a little array right here. Image names, like this. And we're going to grab all these. Going to make this a nice little array of strings like this. I have not done with -2. Does that do like that? Okay, so now I have an array of image names, and now we don't need to do this async iterable thing anymore. We literally just need a for loop. So I'll just have a for loop of image names. So for image name of, do I need a for of or for as? I've never used those. So ls -2, that's not a thing. ls -3, ls -4, that's not a thing. And then we're gonna push the image name right here. Let's take a quick stretch. I need a curly brace. Why a for loop? Oh, you're right. I could just use like a for each. A for loop because now this doesn't need to be asynchronous anymore. It's a string. What's the other one? For of and for oh, we're getting an ad. Sorry, everyone. As in, but in, yeah, for in will give you, well, maybe not. Because TypeScript is saying it's a string. And then when I do of, it's saying it's a string as well. This is an array of strings. Which one do I want so that this variable is a string? Of makes sense for an array. Okay. I mean, I never know which one to use. But this is going to fix it first try. So it works locally. And then when we deploy it, it doesn't have to read this from a directory. It already knows what they are. And we already figured out that this is the way to get those images deployed. So this is the way to go. Finally. I don't think I spelled finally right, but that's okay. This is the winner. Welcome in, Notorious Moy. Now, when we go to fresh spots, we do a hard refresh. We wait for... we wait for the deploy to finish 4 seconds ago. There we go. Now the home page... Why is that loading so slow? Now the home page shows us a random AI image. Awesome. Great. Did we push that to done? We did, but we did it preemptively. We need to make sure that it works as well. Cool. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to delete this project. So whoever has that load, what do you call that? Load tester running, their script is going to crash. So haha to you. All right. I'm going to take a break. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to all just hang out together. We'll figure out some other code to work on. Yeah. So I'm wearing a dinosaur shirt because we were working with Deno. If you didn't know, the logo for Deno is inspired by Deno the dinosaur from the Flintstones. Deno with an I like that. No, my script. Come on, Mark. If it was you as a mod, so if you've never heard of the Flintstones, it's an old American cartoon from I think Hanna-Barbera. That's the thing. But this is Deno. This is Deno the dinosaur, which inspired the logo here. This is Deno. Wilma, it's a pretty cool show. Hanna-Barbera. But after, honestly, I could be giving you a completely wrong history of this. I'm pretty sure that it's called Deno, like Deno the dinosaur. I'm pretty sure. What do I mean old? Well, let's look at it on Wikipedia. It literally from like the 1960s. Yeah. Yeah. It was broadcast from 1960 to 1966. I mean, I'm not that old. If you were born then, you're not that old, but I'm not that old. They showed it on like Cartoon Network, I'm pretty sure. So that's where I saw it as a kid. Yeah. Cool. Yabba dabba doo. Oh yeah, and then so it's super funny to think. Okay, okay, let's. I'm gonna move to just chatting. Let's just have conversations about. About things. Give me just a second. I'm just. Cool. So you all have probably seen The Simpsons, right? I mean, I'm explaining this like you haven't heard of these like. Wait, how do they not have a Wikipedia page? Is there a disambiguation like Simpsons TV show? The Simpsons. There it is. Okay, so The Simpsons. Did I spelled it wrong? Okay, but it's a family. The show is all about the things that happen in their life and such. And this was created by Matt Groening. Matt Groening also created Futurama. Which is like a future version of The Simpsons. Yeah, and then I guess like Family Guy was like The Simpsons created the form. I mean, maybe did they create the formula, or was it the Flintstones? I don't know. The Simpsons created the formula. Futurama, also created by Matt Groening, so it's created by the same people that created The Simpsons, but this is based in the future. In the future. But the whole reason I bring it up is because Codex mentioned the Jetsons, which is kind of like the same idea. So like the Flintstones were like Stone Age characters, and the Jetsons were like future characters. And they're also from Hanna-Barbera. I don't know if they had the same. Yeah, I guess they have the same creator. I don't know if they have the same animator. It looks similar. So, yeah, the Jetsons are like comparable to the Flintstones. Developed by William Hanna and Joseph Barber. Hanna-Barbera, yeah, they're the crew. But when did this come out? 1962 to 1963. The Flintstones are from the future. No, they're not. They're living in this. They're a modern Stone Age family. They're living in the Stone Age, and this came out first. Barbera, Hanna-Barbera, not Barbara. I'm okay with that. Barbera, Hanna-Barbera, Hanna-Barbera. It's probably Hanna-Barbera. But yeah, that's an interesting comparison to make, that the same creators created this, and then you also have like Futurama and The Simpsons by the same creator, but it's a more like modern thing. Someone mentioned King of the Hill. I don't think there's like a futuristic comparison to King of the Hill. I really like King of the Hill. Yeah, it's by Mike Judge. Mike Judge did a lot of other things. He made one of my favorite movies, Office Space. This is literally one of my favorite movies. Can anyone in chat tell me the cameo that Mike Judge made in Office Space off the top of your head without looking it up? I mean, I have no way to verify that, but wait, the Flintstones have loose ties to the Honeymooners? I've never heard of the Honeymooners. Oh, is this a live action show? The fat guy that dies? No, yeah, he's the boss at what's the restaurant called? It's not Shenanigans. Bennigan's? Yeah, it's the Applebee's knockoff. But yeah, that's Mike Judge if you didn't know. He makes a cameo in most of the shows that he's in. Mike Judge also created Silicon Valley. Does anyone? And he has a cameo. I'm trying to remember the cameo there. Is he like the janitor or is he like the server guy? But he's made cameos in pretty much everything he's in. Yeah, and Idiocracy is also a fantastic thing. But if you watch it these days, it's kind of depressing because it's like we are living in Idiocracy basically. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, someone mentioned the crossover with Jetsons and the Flintstones. I don't know if there was ever crossover with the Simpsons and Futurama, but it seems likely. Oh yeah, and then Beavis and Butthead. Anybody remember that? That's Mike Judge too. He's done a lot of cool stuff. Tchotchkes, that's what it was. Thank you, Murdoch. Tchotchkes is the restaurant that they worked at. Yeah. There's a theory that the Flintstones are the future of the Jetsons. Oh, okay. I've never heard this theory, but I've thought about this, right? So, like, let's say society collapses. Everything we know and love about the world is completely gone and burned up because of atomic bombs or an asteroid hitting the Earth or something like that. And then life just starts all over again. Right? As societies do. Yeah, so life just starts all over again. So the theory is then that the Jetsons is like far past or far future, and then after that, society gets wiped out, and then you have a new Stone Age with, not the Simpsons, but with the Flintstones. Yeah. Simpsorama? Is this the collab between the Simpsons and Futurama? The 26th season... 6th episode of the 26th season. Cool. It's a crossover. That's awesome. Yeah, and I think you're referring to Idiocracy. It wasn't. Maybe it was though. Like a lot of writers, directors, like they see the future. It's like they're predicting things in a way. I remember Inspector Gadget. I used to watch it all the time. I always wanted to have like I could say go gadget and things happen. Yeah. But yeah. I watched so somebody mentioned Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls. I used to watch both of those. What is this from? Let's see. This is from The Office, yeah, but I mean it has bad words in it. Oscar, you shouldn't have linked that, but let's see it. That's funny. Yeah. You'd totally be like if you were to survive and then like the civilization would reappear, you'd be a blacksmith, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, you see a similar thing in Idiocracy because, like, the president is literally a former wrestler, like pro wrestler. You can find clips of Trump on like pro wrestling. I never watched Garfield and Friends. Yeah. Ancient Apocalypse. I'll have to check it out. Theory had its beginnings in 1987. So this is about the Flintstones coming after the Jetsons. The Jetsons meet the Flintstones. In the special, Elroy built a time machine that was supposed to send him and his family into the 25th century. The machine malfunctioned and they ended up going to bedrock instead. What this theory suggests is that they actually did go to the 25th century, but society had restarted. Wow, I had no idea. Wow. Oh, I had no idea, Acid Spark. You can talk to your Alexa, like Go Go Gadget. Yeah, I never really watched the Smurfs either. What's this? The Snorks? I have no idea what that is. Hey, GitHub. Write code without the keyboard. Difficult typing? Use your voice to code without spelling things out by talking with GitHub Copilot. Fraggle Rock. Never watched it that much, but I saw a documentary on like Nickelodeon. Well, no, I guess wouldn't be Nickelodeon, would it? What network was it on? Maybe it was just like NBC or whatever, or like, I don't know. Cool. Hey GitHub, toggle code mode. Import pandas. Import graph plotting library. Insert new line. This is pretty cool. I guess it really is like it's the equivalent of like writing comments that Copilot turns into code. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I used to watch? The Munsters, which I think were a play on the Addams Family. But as a kid, I was told that I always looked like the little boy. What's his name? Because he was like a vampire, but he had a widow's peak, and you can see that I have a widow's peak. Like my hair is like slightly pointed right there. Eddie, that's it. Him. So when I was a kid, people always said I looked like him. Yeah, that is really weird, isn't it, Terawatt? We won't get political here, but it's like the news network doesn't really align with the content that the Fox network provides. Yeah. Well, so I used to watch this on that is you. I used to watch this on Nick at Night. So Nick at Night used to broadcast The Munsters. I used to watch Gilligan's Island too. Gilligan's Island. Gilligan's Island? This. GitHub Copilot is super smart about data analysis. Using it right now, and it eliminates a lot of boilerplate code. Huh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I just never thought to use it, but... Hey, my title says "Talk to Me." All right, Simple Jack. You can't go by the name of my channel. I'm just saying, talk to me. Yeah, somebody linked the GitHub font. Can we find it? This isn't it. Oh, it's called Mona Sands. It's fun to talk about old TV shows. Excuse me. Here it is. It is a nice font, though. I do have to say. There's not a single streamer on Twitch who does Android dev. I feel like there probably is. They might not just be live right now. Yeah. Cool. What was the last thing I was talking about? Oh, yeah. I used to watch Gilligan's Island. I used to watch I Dream of Jeannie. How do you spell Jeannie? Jeannie? Oh, man. And thank you, Sophia. It's got dinosaurs on it. I don't know how to spell Jeannie. Oh, that is it. Oh, because it's her name, but she is a genie? Huh. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have cable television anymore, so I don't know what. Um, Salute Your Shorts from Nickelodeon. I don't know what Nickelodeon or the Disney Channel is about these days. Yeah. Um, isn't there like a movie that was based off of Camp Awana too? Um, but this reminds me of the Adventures of Pete and Pete, which I used to watch a lot too. Uh, yeah, yeah. A lot of these old Nickelodeon shows are like really hard to find. You can a lot of them you can pretty much only find like illegally on the web to be able to watch them. Yeah, I remember watching a lot of Pete and Pete, and then um, I watched a lot of Even Stevens too. This was later, but um, this had Shia LaBeouf in it, and this was before I believe before he did like the Holes movie and all of that. Yeah, I think I've watched Ren and Stimpy every now and then. I think as a kid, I don't think I was allowed to watch Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, Prometheus and Bob. Yeah, so didn't it show up on? I always thought it made like an appearance on All That. But it could have been its own TV show. I wasn't like remembering correctly because I was trying to find the name of Prometheus and Bob. But they are the like claymation animated characters, aren't they? Yeah. Kablam! Kablam is the show. Yes, and then so was Kablam a standalone show, or was Kablam like aired during All That? We had Canadian spin-offs of all the good TV show, U.S. shows. That's funny. What do you got there, Terawatt? Red Fire Truck? Is that safe to play on stream? I don't know if it is. No, they haven't Vimsurf, but I watched a lot of that too. Because Rocco, what's up, Coding Bites? Welcome in. Rocco was a very chill person. Like if you remember back to like just the demeanor of Rocco, for the most part, there were some episodes where he got really perturbed by what was happening, but for the most part, he was just a very chill person. Yeah, I don't know, whoa, dude. I was trying to remember so I couldn't even remember the name of the show. It is Kablam, but I always thought it aired during All That. But yeah, Rugrats too. Yeah, it'd be fun to do like a stream where we're like watching these shows. So, I don't know. I typically don't like to play other people's content on stream. I know there are a lot of big streamers that do it, like watching shows and stuff. But actually, one thing that could be interesting is finding videos on the web archive and like reacting to them. Actually, let's do that. I'm gonna pull up. I think I have like a list of a few videos that I wanted to react to. Because the web archive has all kinds of weird stuff from like VHS, like tech related videos. Let's do that. We're gonna do that right now. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find it, and then we'll do a react stream. Gargoyles. I don't know. I don't think I watched that much of it, but I do remember it. Reminds me of like X-Men, like that was out around the same time or something. I don't know. Darkwing Duck. Trying to think, where did I put this? It might be saved on my computer upstairs. Let me go grab that list. Is this a merge between Eddie and me? Let me load that image, Murdoch. That's funny. That's actually really scary. I mean, that doesn't even look like me. What's up with Yogi the Bear? Yeah. This is just nightmare inducing. I mean, this is me in 10 years, right? Like all the. Okay. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. We're gonna go find some interesting videos to react to. Hello? All right. I'm back, and I have a bunch of links. So I was perusing the Internet Archive, and hello, and I found a bunch of like interesting tech-related videos. So we're just gonna watch them. A lot of them I only watched like the first 10 seconds, and I was like, this is something I need to react to. Okay, we'll wait for the ad to be over before I explain this. Also, while that's happening, I can set up a scene for this. So give me a second. Oh, nice, Murdoch. That's cool. Did you just make that? Hello. All right. We're going to reduce the chat to that. That goes there. This can go here. Just a second. This is going to seem weird, but I'll be right back. This is a bit of an abandoned building. There's some broken windows, but... Okay. This goes right there. It's gonna be... No, it's gonna be great. Watch. It's gonna be great. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to be in the TV. The computer is going to be in the TV. No, I guess I want that. Where can this go? This can go like right there. Okay, now we add this. Okay. I think this should do it. Actually, I could probably move it up just a little bit so it doesn't show the like the URL bar. Z index -1. Let's see. All right. I'm just gonna pick this one. I actually don't have no idea what it is, but let's see. It's the Computer Chronicles. It's a really long one. I don't want to react to like a shorter one. Just a second. Vintage internet promos. That one's like 25 minutes long. Yeah, I think so. There's a reason I saved it. I think it's because this Alan Kay talk is like really old, but he's talking about some things that are just like he was like way ahead of his time.
Welcome.
Okay, this is it. This is the internet for seniors. We're gonna watch this. Here we go.
To Surfing for Seniors, an introduction to the internet. If you're not comfortable with your computer, you may need to play this tape and practice many times. The mouse is made to fit in the palm of your hand. Rest your hand on rounded top and push. You will see how the pointer on your screen moves around.
Wow.
It works similar to the game that you find at fairs, supermarkets, department stores, where all of the toys are inside the glass case. You have to maneuver the claw to pick up the toy inside the case. Since you cannot reach your hand inside the case, you must use the tool by maneuvering the lever.
That makes sense.
A mouse is somewhat the same. You can't reach inside the screen to move things in your computer, but you can use the mouse. Rest your hand on rounded top and treat the mouse button as if it were hot, sort of like the potato in the game Hot Potato. You want to get rid of it or release it as soon as possible.
Okay, this is fascinating because we all know how to use a mouse, right? It's commonplace. But you have to think about from the perspective of someone that has literally never seen one before or never seen like never used a computer before. So while this is silly, it makes sense. They're like coming up with analogies so that someone, you can see your bones moving. I mean, you can see mine moving too. It makes it. It's not that crazy, but it is funny to watch.
Click them once and let go. Don't hang on them. You may need to play this tape. And
also, how is the volume? Is the video loud enough for how are the volumes comparably? I'll keep going.
It's time to find out how to get to your server.
Good. Okay. Connecting to your server.
Your server is not the waiter or waitress at your favorite coffee shop. The internet is a huge collection of data which people have taken the time to enter into computers. If someone has not put the data into a computer somewhere and made it accessible through the internet, you will not be able to get the information.
Many megabytes of data.
It's the same as walking into the library and asking for a book. If the library does not own that book, they cannot lend it to you. No.
It's true. Eric was taking this like, this is how a mouse works. Now let's connect to a server. Now I get it. Like, I guess they could have come up with a more layman's term version of connect to a server. But I mean, that's like when you go to a website, you are connecting to a server, right? Like we don't really talk about it that way when non-technical people are did they go to Yahoo? That's the other fun thing is actually let's go to the web archive and let's look at yahoo.com from the 90s. Is that really what happened? Man, get out of here. It's taking a long time to load. Nice. So this is a capture of Yahoo from October 17th, 1996. It was like a manually curated directory of websites. which back then made sense. Like, you didn't necessarily need a search engine because there weren't millions of websites. Fascinating. Extra. Okay, let's keep watching.
No matter what subject you might be interested in, you're sure to find some tidbit of information about it within the internet. In this program, we have chosen to get some more information about an embroidery style called Swedish huck. First, let's type in embroidery and see where we get. Since you cannot reach your hand inside the case, you must use the tool by maneuvering the lever. Once you have typed in your subject, click on the search button. At this point, your internet search engine is looking for information regarding...
Yeah, we'll look at Space Jam. I think you can find it on the Internet Archive too, but apparently they have the original, yeah, they have the original website hosted here. That's funny.
Embroidery. This may take some time, so be patient as your computer goes to work.
It may take some time. I love that they keep showing... Oh my god! This is comedy. That's funny. I love that they keep showing her back. Like, I feel like they could have come up with a better camera angle. The next day...
Yahoo has found some information for you regarding
Okay,
embroidery.
so I think whoever uploaded this to YouTube and then I mean it was uploaded to YouTube first and I think to Internet Archive. They did that on purpose. They added
Just
that.
position your pointer over the underlined sentence that appeals to you and click. You can't reach inside.
50 hours of AOL free? Sign me up. Nice. An easy word, just type embroidery. That's funny.
The screen to move things in your computer, but you can use the mouse. You have now started your surfing journey. Now it's time for some real net surfing. This time, we will enter Swedish embroidery, surrounded by quote marks. Wait a few seconds.
Swedish.
And voila.
Sweet. We know that in quotes means the results must contain the word Swedish, but it's really like Swedish. Like, is it really Swedish?
A title on Swedish huck embroidery appears. Select the print icon, and soon
Welcome in,
you'll
Drills.
be able to pick up a copy of the screen from your printer.
A copy of the screen.
And that's all there is to it.
So she used the Yahoo search engine to find a result to then print out. That's awesome.
This video will help you get started. There's still lots more to...
Like, imagine imagine going to your grandma's house and she literally just has like a stack of internet search results that she printed out. That's funny. Okay, that was fun. Rate that video on a scale of 1 to 5. It wasn't too crazy, but I think it was pretty entertaining. 3? Oh, are we still in focus mode? We're definitely not focusing right now. 3.5? All right, cool. Let's find another one. So this will be fun. I mean, again, this runs into like copyright issues, but there was an episode of the Magic School Bus where they talk about programming. She was creating a cache of results. That makes sense. A physical cache. The computer program 3, talking to a machine. This is from BBC. Please watch the last 2. So the only issue is they are, like, let's see. Yeah, I mean, so these are actually from the Computer Chronicles, which is, I do believe, Computer Chronicles. Yeah, Computer Chronicles, which was a show that aired back in the day, which actually, like, there's a whole bunch of Computer Chronicles gems, like, from the early 2000s. But this one is from 98, and this one's from 2000. Let's watch the one from 98. If we get tired of it, we'll switch to something else. But here we go. Cache. What's up, Big Daddy? Welcome in. Let's pause this. This is the Internet 1996 World Exposition. Wait, is this the World's Fair for the Information Age? Is this just a bunch of websites? Oh, the whole thing hasn't been archived. Dang, only the landing page is there. That's unfortunate. All right. And Terawatt says they're more competent than most of the YouTube web devs. I don't know. So so we'll see him when this starts. But the host of the Computer Chronicles, I believe they like uploaded all of their episodes to YouTube for people to watch. The thing is, like, being from 1998, like, it is so technically outdated. Like, there's just yeah, but okay, let's watch it. Do I need to turn it up?
This week on the Computer Chronicles, how to create your own personal website. We'll give you some basic rules for designing a good-looking website. We'll show you one of the best web design software packages that makes it easy to create your own site. And we'll even tell you how to add streaming audio to your site. Plus some new technology to speed up those graphic downloads, some tips on how to get Yahoo to list your site on their search engine, and some advice on how to make your website accessible to the disabled. Also, my pick of the week. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated.
Stuart Chaffee, I guess, is the host of the Computer Chronicles. But yeah, this was super cool. Audio's better. Cool.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro1's Mathematics Tutor in a Box for school year 98-99, including 6 CDs and workbook. And by Z Auction, the live online shopping experience.
This is before eBay. I've actually never heard of Z Auction. Cool. Let's look it up on Wikipedia. Z Auction. Oh yeah, I guess I can try it. zauction.com. I mean, I shouldn't try this while showing my screen. Yeah, because I mean, it's not found. It's just a blank page, but okay. And what's this codex? Laptops for Computer Chronicles from 1989. Nice. Okay.
Additional funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection, the catalog and online superstore with PC and Mac products, toll-free technical support and overnight delivery. And by Windows Magazine, delivering desktop, enterprise, and internet computing news, reviews, features, and how-tos for a Windows world, because the world runs on Windows.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well, life used to be simple. To be plugged into the rest of the world, all you needed was a phone number. Then you had to get a fax machine, then an email address, and now if you're anybody, you're expected to have your own website. Well, the good news is it's easier than ever to put up your personal website. The bad news is there are a lot of bad-looking websites up there. So how do you make sure yours is a good one? And Glenn Davis, you're going to be our expert. You started doing the cool site of the day about 4 years ago. So you've looked at 1 million websites by now.
Feels like a billion.
Okay. And tell us, are there any basic rules of thumb for what's a good site, what's a bad site in terms of design?
Try to keep it simple. Try to have 5 navigation items or less on your front page. Try to have...
Take notes, everyone. Keep it simple. 5 navigation links or less. My name on Discord is W3CJ. If you just look in the announcements channel, you should be able to click on my profile. Yeah, demo discs. I remember that. Mainly demo CDs. I don't remember demo floppy disks. I probably had a couple demo floppy disks. Yeah. It's still true. I agree. I think it's funny that his project is called Project Cool.
Have your page load and be usable in less than 30 seconds, and have a passion about what you do.
All right,
The page should load in less than 30 seconds. Yeah, thanks, Drills. That's my name. These days, people want the page to load in less than like 200 milliseconds. Right? Right? Yeah, 10 seconds is a crime. It's fascinating because, I mean, most people, I mean, the only internet you had was dial-up. So, like 56K, I think, was the fastest.
practical stuff. All right, you've picked, I know there's a million to choose, but you've picked some sites to look at to show both the good points and the bad points of web design. So what's the first one you're going to show us?
This is the fifth house on the left. This is a personal page done by a woman who keeps a diary. She's got a diary of being a new mother. She has some games that she's written and put up.
And why do you like it?
It's a fun page. It's got a retro 50s style to it. You feel like Ward and June.
And it meets your criteria you just mentioned at the
Yes.
top. All right, show us another one. What's
Okay,
this?
This is the Gallery of Regrettable Food. This is a gentleman who has a passion about foods that
Meets
he thinks
the
we
fun
shouldn't have eaten.
criteria.
Right.
You like the design? Did you like the design of that? It seemed pretty simple.
Yeah, it was pretty simple.
Okay.
I just remembered there's an episode of Computer Chronicles where they talk about JavaScript and how it's super cool that you can add to your website to make it interactive. Yeah, because all of the sites he's showing are just like very like static content, which makes sense for 1998. That's mainly what the internet was, like just static content. But yeah.
Then we have the ultralight experience. It's a photographic journal of a man who learned to build and fly ultralight airplanes. And he's got a passion behind here. And you can learn
why do you like this?
You can learn something here that you would have never learned from anybody else.
Obviously, nice use of graphics, the way it's underlaid behind the text
Yes,
and so on. Huh?
photographers tend to do really good use of graphics.
All right, another example.
Okay, this is an example of bad navigation. This is a fake corporation called Glassdog World Domination. You cannot see the navigation easily.
It's not real obvious where to go to click to get to the next
Yeah,
thing,
it's
huh?
hidden on the right in the
So
little
that's that
colored
little
blobs.
dark bar on the right side there.
Right. So you want to avoid something like that. You want to have your navigation.
I think it's people are mentioning it's Netscape Navigator. Getting roasted on TV. Is it IE3? I can't. It's too pixelated. I can't tell what it is. But he did say it was an imaginary organization. I think he made up a fake company. Like they're not roasting a real company. The far right of the title says it.
Navigation to be as obvious as possible.
Okay.
You want people to find what you've got.
Now, what's this?
This is an example of a personal resume site. This is an artist who has put up a site that's used as a personal resume. She talks about what she does, where she lives, what she's looking.
Yeah, it's Netscape Navigator. Look at that.
For what she can do for people who need her services and all the things that she likes.
And you like it because it's just the nice design?
Nice design. It does load quickly over a modem, and it's a just very elegant, graceful site.
Is it important before you put up your own site to go scouting around and look at stuff to get an idea of what's out there?
Oh, it's extremely important. If you want to build websites, you need to look at the great websites that are out there and learn from them. There's so much to be learned.
That's when you had to
from
buy
looking at
Netscape.
the good.
Wow.
Now, the sites you showed us were relatively complicated. I mean, a complicated use of graphics and so on. I mean, can a normal person who's not a geek do something like that?
Oh, yeah, that's the whole goal we have at Project Cool, and that we think that anyone can build a great website, and we have tutorials that are non-geek speak where you can come in and in 5 minutes have built your first web page using any computer.
Wow. Okay, I'm curious if Project Cool is still a thing. The best blog for all things WordPress. I mean, they had to have gone into the non-geek speak, but they're in the modern times at this point. Or they sold their domain for a whole bunch. I don't know what to search for. Project Cool website directory. Site created with Notepad. Yeah, I don't know how I would find it.
All right, so that's the website you run now, which is projectcool.com, and I can go there and get what? You've got it up there now.
Actually, no, here. We'll use the web archive to find projectcool.com. A retro site created with Vim. Like, they have an icon that says created with Vim. All right, we need to find Project Cool from 1998. I mean, I guess Wayback Machine wasn't running back then, but let's find the oldest version of it. Yeah, you've got it. 97? I keep doing this. I don't know why I keep doing this. Oh, it goes further. Oh, they do have it by 98. I see. I didn't know I could go further back. Dang. All of the images are broken. Let's go a little bit further into the future. 99? Okay. They increased a little bit. A network of websites sharing the common belief that anyone can build a great website if given knowledge, guidance, and inspiration. Project Cool Media. They updated their branding too. I mean, I would argue this is like a much better layout. It's probably not responsive. No, it's like always 3 columns. But for a site from 1999, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Though, we could look at the source code. That would be fun, right? Let's see. Wait a second. Okay, never mind. I was like, they're using Flexbox? No, so the Flexbox... Flexbox is for this navigation thingy up here. That's not the code we're looking at. Here, yeah. So they used a table-based design. So, yeah. I mean, and if we change the resolution to 800 by 600, you can see it's perfectly designed for an 800 by 600 screen. Because that's what most monitor screens were. And thank you, Fishcaster. Thank you for that posture check. Cool. But this is I do believe this is just a table-based design where everything is in a table. Tables and rows and stuff. Cool. Though it is possible, I thought it was possible to make responsive tables these days. Isn't that a thing? Without media queries? I don't know. Cool. Oh, and they're linking to a list apart. That's another classic. Perfect for emails, yeah. And thanks for that hydrate, bug breaker. Cheers. For people who make websites. Cool. All right, let's keep watching.
Learn to build the web. You can look at great websites. You can talk with others who are building the web.
I want to see this. Honestly, I want to see this version of Project Cool. Let's see if we can find an older timestamp. Okay. That's cool. I lost the nav bar though. ProjectCool.com port. I guess you can't see this, but it literally loaded as port 80. Now, for whatever reason, the images aren't loading. Oh well, oh well. Let's keep watching.
Always remember that people are your own best resource in anything that you do, and especially in building the web.
All right, thank you very much. All right, well, once you've created your website, you want to make sure people can find it among the millions of websites that are out there. To help you through that maze, we went to visit the folks at Yahoo to see what it takes to get listed in their search engine.
I want to get listed on Yahoo.
At Yahoo's headquarters in Silicon Valley, a team of surfers is at work sifting, sorting, and grading websites.
So I mentioned this earlier, but this is what Yahoo used to be, like a human curated directory of websites. This was before like web crawlers. I mean, they probably had some kinds of web crawlers. There are hundreds of websites out there. But this was like literally human curated. I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool because like your website had to be decent to be listed, and you couldn't exactly game the system unless you knew somebody that was working at the directory. Yeah, Yahoo Alta Vista web crawler. Games by email. Huh. It does optical reading of dice. Wow.
Sites were submitted by people who would like to be added to one of Yahoo's groups. Personal home pages have their own subcategory under society and culture, and Yahoo's criteria for inclusion are not too demanding.
So for personal homepages, it's actually a place where we can be even more inclusive than anywhere else, because who's to say what's interesting and what's not interesting, what's useful and what's not useful. And for personal pages, rather than the point being to convey information to someone else for their own edification, often the point of a personal page is simply for the author to express themselves.
While Yahoo's web reviewers may give more leeway to personal site design, it pays to keep some basic rules in mind regarding appearance and content.
Now, so this would be a fun coding challenge. Recreate this website. It's like 10 iframes with like images of Barney and like a tiled image in the background. Fascinating.
First of all, you've got to have some underlying content of substance there. You've got to have something to say. And then on top of that, a very clear, useful navigation.
Wait, did they have a media player on
there? First of
there?
all, you've got to have some.
Whose web basic rules?
Is this the media player? I don't know, but I've never heard of that, Jicom Gaming. So FTP by email. You basically send an email requesting a file, and then you get it. Well, so you request a file list, you get a response, then you request the file. It's crazy. Recreating this website is. I'm gonna screen cap this because this is just hilarious to me. We'll have to have that as a coding challenge at one point.
In mind regarding appearance and content.
First of all, you've got to have some underlying content of substance there. You've got to have something to say.
Yeah, what's up, Licky the Chameleon? He said there's a whole culture about making websites from the 90s. Yeah, I think so. These days, like NeoCities, I think definitely embraces that idea of like expressing yourself and having unique things and unique websites. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. There might be some other services and sites too.
And then on top of that, a very clear use.
Oh yeah, somebody shared this the other day, but this is a Bootstrap theme that makes your site look like GeoCities. I forgot, we should have loaded this on Fresh Spots. Because Fresh Spots is using Bootstrap. There's a Discord called Yesterweb. Oh, nice.
Useful navigational structure so that someone who's never seen this before can come in and get to the stuff and understand what's where.
Yahoo's editor says that reviewers look for innovation and creative design. But as the number of personal web pages grows, it becomes harder to find sites that truly stand out. Still, a simple, organized site is a good way to start, and the content should reveal something about the person behind the page.
Reveal something about yourself. That's really what it's about. Use it as a platform for expressing, creating, letting people know something about you that they might not have known otherwise. I think there are a number of reasons that people like to create pages, but there are also a number of reasons that people like to view pages of people they've never met before. There's sort of this voyeuristic appeal of people watching and just clicking around in the A's and the B's and the C's and seeing what other people have. Voyeuristic appeal.
I do agree, Oscar. Like, this was a cool loading. Like,
and the content should reveal something about the person.
So I think it would have had to have been a GIF. I mean, there might have been like JScript back then, like an early version of JavaScript. but it's very possible that this was literally just a GIF.
Site is a good way to start, and the content should reveal something about
And then
the
you click
person
on it.
behind the page.
Reveal
pretty cool.
something about yourself. That's really what it's about.
It's probably a
Use it
GIF,
as
yeah.
a platform for expressing.
So my first
creating.
website would have been. So I made a few. I had a Calvin and Hobbes fan site, and it was hosted on Tripod. Well, so I bounced between them. So there's Tripod, Lycos, and Angelfire. They were all ways of hosting free websites. But I had a Calvin and Hobbes fan site that just had all of my favorite Calvin and Hobbes comics. But also, I made my own cheat code websites for like N64 and PlayStation cheat codes. I just copy and pasted the cheat codes from other websites, but it was like cheat codes for the games that I liked. I have no idea where it is. I don't know. I've a few years back I tried to find it. I have no idea where it would be. Yeah. Yeah, you had a cheat code website too? Nice. I mean, so the way I was using Front Page, and I literally would like copy and then paste it into Front Page and then like slightly modify it. I definitely didn't know much about like HTML or anything back then.
Letting people know something about you that they might not have known otherwise. I think there are a number of reasons that people like to create pages, but there are also a number of reasons that people like to view pages of people they've never met before. There's sort of this voyeuristic appeal of people watching and just clicking around in the A's and the B's and the C's and seeing what other people have to say about themselves.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
So a modern website admin. Yeah. Oh, wow, Codex. So, yeah, mine was not a service of any kind. It was literally just the cheat codes that I liked and wanted to share with people. Though, this reminds me of the TV show *Halt and Catch Fire*, if you haven't seen it. It's a fictional recollection, or a fictional retelling of, like, kind of like the history of computing in a way. But, like, they take a lot of liberties. There's no actual, like, there's maybe a few actual companies and actual characters, but everything is fictional. Season 1 is all about this team that reverse engineers the IBM computer. So I think that's similar to maybe what Compaq did. They might mention it in the background here, but it's like based off of true stuff, but they take liberties and it's new characters and stuff like that. But I think in either like season 2 or season 3, the daughter of one of the main characters has an idea, and it's essentially Yahoo. And then like they have a startup where they have like all of these experts. Like you have an expert in gaming and an like sports, like physical sports gaming. They have experts like lawyers and whatever else, and they hire all of them to be essentially this person. So this person is the curator of personal websites, but they also had curators for all of the other various categories, and they were like literal experts that they hired. But that story was inspired by Yahoo, but it's in this TV series. Yeah, this show is great. I've literally watched this show in its entirety 3 times, and I'm watching it again with my partner right now.
Start creating your own website. Most people go out and buy a web design software package, and we're going to show you one example of a good one, PageMill 3.0 from Adobe. And Roger, I guess
PageMill? The webdesignmuseum.org. I did not know this website existed. Adobe PageMill. In March 1998, Adobe System released Adobe PageMill, a what you see is what you get website editor, which allowed users to easily create websites without any knowledge of the basics of HTML. I've never heard of it before. I've heard of Dreamweaver. I'm guessing this is the precursor to Dreamweaver. Well, no, because Dreamweaver was Macromedia, and I guess Macromedia got acquired by Adobe. Something like that? Yeah. Huh. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I think Microsoft Front Page might have been the first, like, what you see is what you get editor, because it got installed with the Microsoft Office suite, whereas Dreamweaver you had to pay for or pirate.
PageMill 1.0 was really the first package that let you do this. You could just buy off the shelf, right?
It really helped just anybody create a web page who didn't know anything about the web or HTML.
Okay, here we are, 3.0. Lots more features in there, but still relatively easy to use.
Absolutely.
Let's say I just got home, unwrapped the package, installed the software. I want to start from the beginning to design my website. What do I do?
Well, the key is to start simple and then work up as you learn more.
Get the words in there.
Text is number one.
Okay.
So you can get text from anywhere. In this case, I have a Microsoft Word document, and I can just copy, paste, drag, and
So
drop.
I could have created the text in Word, pull it in.
Exactly, or even type it straight into PageMill. I'll just drop it in right here. And PageMill works just like a word processor. You just
So I could do the editing inside there and...
Exactly, and make the fonts bigger and so forth. But the real fun is images, because that's what makes
Oh,
the
I
web
want
really
it in
stand out.
graphics. Okay.
You can get images from anywhere. Use your digital camera, just take them right off your disk. In this case, we'll actually use our web browser, Internet Explorer, to go to a page, and we'll just take pages right
Okay,
off the web.
Let's borrow...
Are they gonna say where they got these images from? They're just gonna download them and put them on their website.
some graphics from
You
someplace
bet.
else, all right?
In this case, I'm just going to click on the image right in my web browser and just drag it over and drop it on the little page symbol, which shows me where the background image goes.
Now, how did it know to become a background like that? And not
How
just
did
a
it
graphic
know?
of a bagel?
Because that's the little page symbol stands for, which means over the entire page.
Okay.
How did it know? Because that's what it's for. That's literally what it's for. That's cool though. That's
And
funny.
it knows to just go underneath the text like
You
that?
bet.
All right, pretty clever. All right, but that's nice, but I want to do more now, obviously.
Obviously, you need more than one page to have links.
Right.
So let's create a second page. And a real common technique this time is to have frames, which include sort of a table of contents and a
So
banner
I can
across
do
the top.
frames inside PageMill without knowing how that works.
You bet. Just hold it.
This is bringing back memories though, because I remember like when I was working on like slide presentations or even like Word documents and stuff, I would search through a directory of clip art, right? And so like this is before the internet was like fast enough to like download any image you want, but there were like libraries of images. I never used Corel Draw, but I could imagine that. What do you think that young guy is today? Did he make it through the dot-com boom? The guy on the right or the guy on the left? Because I have no idea. That is a good question.
The control
What are
key
they doing
down and
today?
just drag out an
And that
area.
breaks my page into frames.
You bet. I'll do one from the top too, so I can put like a logo at the top or a family name,
And I can
whatever.
output different things in those different frames.
Exactly. For one thing,
Okay.
we can actually color them. For example, let's say I want this table of contents area to be white. I have a little color panel, but I have all 216 web-safe colors if you want them.
So that's the
Cliffy.
background color you're gonna
I
put
see
in
you're
different
trying to
frames.
pirate an image.
Exactly. And so now let's bring some graphics over to it. I'll go back to my browser. Buttons.
Okay.
So I'll go back to that same page that happens to have a whole lot of reserved buttons on here.
Okay.
That page comes with lots of pre-made buttons and graphics. So I'll just drop some in.
Oh, I
Got my little
see.
Bagel buttons
Home,
there,
maybe.
I thought this was someone else's website, but this is like a directory of images that you can use. Yeah, I see. Oh, wow, frankly. That's crazy.
Some employment, email.
So it's really
anything you
drag
want.
and drop.
Exactly. And linking is just as easy. So I'll
All right,
put-
yeah, so how do I link these two pages so people can go, say, from the word bagel on one page to the background?
No,
Here,
exactly,
I'll put some more
Zuri.
text
I
in
mean,
here.
these days drag and drop editors are just built into the web browser. Yeah, it's just built in as websites. I don't know of a lot of people using like standalone desktop apps to do kind of like drag and drop web development, but these days I've seen like WordPress plugins that are basically like you can drag and drop components, and so like admins can create new pages without knowing how to code. I guess Squarespace is a similar thing, like drag and drop. Oh, I guess so. Can you turn a Figma design instantly into a website? Maybe it's Elementor. I think that might be the WordPress plugin. I don't know.
Let's say we want to link the word Bagel Bakery to this other page we
Okay,
just
I want to
created.
make that a hot link so somebody
Thank
clicks
you,
on
Scritch.
Bagel
Welcome in.
Bakery, it'll take them to the other page.
Exactly. Just select that word, then go over and grab that page symbol on the first page, and we'll just drag it over and drop it on that word. And now it's linked. That's all there is
Wow.
to it.
Wow.
It's a link, it's turned blue.
Exactly.
Magic. What about, okay, now what about that top frame? If I wanted to put some sort of banner headline up
Exactly.
there?
Just grab an empty banner, and we actually come with Photoshop, so you can grab empty banners and then go customize them yourself to put your own name in it, your own family name.
So Photoshop LE is bundled with page build. Last thing, the little Java applets, people want little banners scrolling and that cool stuff.
Everyone loves animations on their pages. Here I have an existing page that has a Java applet on here. I'm not a Java programmer.
Right, now where did that come from?
It actually comes on the CD.
So, for all the people that never knew this was a thing, you used to be able to embed Java code in a website, and that's how a lot of interactivity would happen. Very similar to how like you had Flash embeds. Java applets were a thing where you could actually run Java code on a web page. Yeah, and I guess ActiveX let you use C#, right? Or like, not even C#. I guess it would have been VB.NET. But yeah. Oh, you have an old Commodore? Oh, wow. So are you on r/retro battle stations? Floppy disk pin holder? Let's look at this. Wow, did they literally just zip tie them together? That's silly. Netscape had a page editor and an email app bundle? Oh wow, I don't remember that. Pre-VB? So yeah, just VB, yeah. Yeah, this website is faster than your React website. Well, you missed it earlier. They were mentioning you want a page load time that's less than 30 seconds. But yeah, welcome in, Shulman. I mean, not welcome in, but yeah, it's interesting to think about the past and the history of all of this stuff, because these days we're just so worried about like dev experience and all this stuff. I mean, yeah.
Come with some standard Java applets, and I can just, like any other image, just drag and drop it into my page. And now if I want to put my own name into it, I can just show our little inspector, which lets me get to all the attributes. And now I can just change the text, put my own name.
Well, this is interesting to think about, right, though? So the fact that he was able to take a Java applet and now he can actually, like, basically pass arguments into it, that means, like, the Java applet, the way of creating them, you basically exposed properties that could be changed by the thing that embeds it. So that's super interesting, because it's not just like a standalone applet. Like, it can almost like communicate with the page in a way.
And in real time, we've just created a two-page site anyhow.
Exactly.
With links, graphics, frames, the whole bit.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, well, it's all well and nice to have the text and the graphics all in place on your new personal website, but if you really want to be cool, you need some multimedia. So let's see how complicated it is to add streaming audio.
Yeah, I mean,
to
and that's
website.
interesting to think about, right, J-Mode? Like, no, there is no SEO because there were no web crawlers. Like, the way to get your site found was to put it in a directory, and it just had to be good. It had to be relevant. There wasn't a web crawler like automatically ranking your site or trying to extract info.
Complicated with this emblaze.audio you've got now.
That's right.
It sounds like it would be complicated. I mean, it's complicated just to listen to audio on a website. You're saying I can just put it up on my site real easily.
Yeah, it's as simple as compressing any existing audio file and then putting it on your website. And now anybody with a Java-supported browser comes into your website and hears audio instantaneously.
All right, this is the personal website you created for your son.
That's right.
So this is real stuff.
Yep.
And it right now doesn't have any audio on it, but we want to say, okay, let's have some background music so when people come to the site, it's more fun.
Sure, it's a very simple.
Yeah, American 2050 and MC Stilltoed had the same idea right at the same time. I mean, this is actually a throwback to, not throwback, but I did was it a Throwback Thursday where I made a page counter? Or a view counter? Yeah, a visitor hit counter. We did it like modern though. I actually did it as an SVG that was like a dynamically generated SVG that had the embedded info instead of like generating like a rasterized image. And then there was another Throwback Thursday where I spun up a Windows XP virtual machine, and we used Dreamweaver to try and recreate MySpace. Yeah, MySpace. But yeah, I tried to build a hit counter, a more modern hit counter, I guess.
Process. We open up the Emblaze audio interface. It's 2 buttons, so it can't get much easier. First button is open.
Go find the WAV file that you're going to use.
Right. We have some samples here, WAV files we're going to.
Yeah, that makes sense, Codex. Like, when the image is loaded, it actually would run server-side code, and then like that would respond with the image data. Yeah. Okay, so they have a Java applet that lets them play music. I think that's what we're dealing with.
It's 2 buttons, so it can't get much easier. First button is open.
Go find the WAV file that you're going to use.
Right. We have some samples here, WAV files. We're going to use the music. And now we hit the other button, which is compress. And we're saving it now with the Java class files, because that's the secret to how you...
So we're compressing the sound file so it's small enough so that it can real quickly move down the line.
Right. Now when we say save, it's compressing the file and creating not only a compressed audio file, but also the HTML for you. It does that for you. So now it's completed.
Now how much compression are we doing here? This goes from what to what?
Right. We'll show you right here. We have the original sample file was a whopping
2.5 megs or so.
Right. And now we see the compressed file. Music is 50K.
Wow.
So that's pretty dramatic.
Is it going to sound okay?
Yeah, we'll listen.
Can we take a look and see how this works?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, so the idea of taking a larger audio file and reducing the size, you reduce the audio bit rate. I mean, it's probably not that, but basically they a whopping 2.8 megabytes. You lower the bit rate, which is less data per second, or less data per tick, which reduces the fidelity. But what he's saying is they've reduced it so it still sounds okay, but they've been able to reduce the size. But let's see.
How do I actually get the file now into my homepage?
Well, you need to drop the HTML file that we created when we compressed the audio.
Okay, so that code was automatically created by the
Right.
software.
We created
but
it.
I now have to do a little cut and paste inside.
So you can't see it very well. I think this is as HD as it gets. But it used to be a thing when working in HTML that all of your tags were capitalized. So like capital HTML, capital div, capital button, all that stuff. Yeah. I think that is Notepad. It is Notepad. Yeah. Well, I haven't heard of soundbots, Frankly Delicious. I'm just reading your message about automatic sound. Yeah, so these days pages can't play sound automatically unless the user allows it, which is, I think, a good thing, because sites used to play audio all the time just by going to them. Yeah. Yeah, so I know that WAV is uncompressed. It looked like it was a WAV file, so I don't know. I don't know what they turned it into.
Right, and you could use PageMill or anything else, but we're just going to, for simplicity, we're going to copy that. And now we're going to just drop in our regular page and press paste, and we save that out. And now when we come back to our page and hit reload, we now have audio.
Now you got a little button down there.
Boom. Now we can hear background music.
And you just did that in real time.
Yeah, that's pretty quick.
Let me ask you the next thing. I think you have a little sample babble it says there. I mean, normally you want to get the kid's voice up there so the grandparents back east can log onto your website and listen to the kid. How do you do that?
So we just, that was a link that we created, and now we have...
Okay, so that came off that little babble hot link that was on your home page.
Correct.
Now, how do you get that sound into the computer in the first place?
That is something that you would just record on any sound recorder, which comes
So
with
people
your
may
computer.
not know, but if you've got a Windows PC.
Mama, that was the guy doing a kid voice. Yeah, it wasn't actually a kid. That's so weird. But yeah, I guess you're right, Frankly Delicious. Like a lot of new follow alert, Mama. But yeah, when you go to a Twitch channel, typically like they have sound playing for follows or for subs. Yeah. I guess that's comparable to the web where you would go to a site and stuff would just start playing. Can my hit counter work on multiple subpages of a website and count each one of them separately? I think you'd have to generate a different hit counter, like a unique ID for each one. Also, the hit counter isn't deployed anymore. You'd have to redeploy it. And I mean, I worked on that like over 2 years ago, so it probably needs some updating. But I think you would need to generate 2 different hit counter IDs.
See, you've got a sound recorder built in there, and you can just record those little samples and put them in there.
It's a very simple process.
All right, now you showed something that looked kind of complicated, which was cutting and pasting the HTML code. You say you don't have to really do all that if you're inside, say, a PageMill type
Right.
environment.
If you're using an editor, an HTML editor, you can just drag and drop that applet right into your page. and then it's finished.
What's the trick, Jay? Why is it so easy to do this, and it seems like audio is so complicated when you go onto a website? You have to pull down the players, and do you have the right player, and so on and so forth?
Well, it's a combination of compression algorithms that we've developed and Java technology that lets us have audio for everybody, audio for the masses.
All right, so...
Yeah, I agree, Shulman. I was just thinking about that. I think we can try and make it a weekly occurrence because, like, there are so many of these. They're like, so this is, Computer Chronicles would be like just we could watch every episode and like not finish because they've been running I mean, not running. They're not running anymore. They ran for many years. So there's a whole lot of these gems that are just like snapshots in time. Some of the other things I want to show are like old like tech talks, like Alan Kay giving a talk and stuff. But yeah, it's fascinating. But I think that's the other like historical context for like newer developers where like how easy it is to play audio on a website. The reason is it got adopted into the web standard. So there's literally an audio element that is a part of the standard that all of the browsers implement. Mama. So Firefox, Chrome, Safari, all of them implement this. So now you don't need a Java applet or a Flash plugin. You can literally just use the web browser itself. And so that's like the origin a lot of this HTML5 stuff and a lot of the more interactivity on websites. The origin were Java applets and Flash plugins or embedded Flash things that gave you that interactivity because it wasn't supported by the web standards yet. But yeah. Oh yeah, and then there's a like intro or like how to use Windows 95 by the cast of Friends. That'll be a fun one to watch too. Yeah. Developers.
Again, doesn't matter what's going on at the server. It doesn't matter what's going on at the client end. On my website, I can just stick in the audio like this.
All you would need to do from here is just copy all of those files in the player folder onto your web server, and you're finished. It's a very simple process.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, well, if you're designing a website for an organization, you want to make sure your site is accessible to the largest number of people. That means following some basic guidelines and design standards. To help you in this task, we visited one web designer who has set the standard for accessibility in web pages.
1998, and we're talking about accessibility. This is fantastic. Because, I mean, when you think about it, like drag and drop the websites, like creating websites with drag and drop and with tables and stuff, you try to think, like, how could that be accessible? I'm curious.
In the physical world, they are increasingly common on sidewalks and in doorways. Ramps, the simple inclines that mean access to a disabled traveler. But to persons with hearing or sight problems, entry barriers also exist on the internet. Today, it is relatively simple to make websites accessible to everyone. The city of San Jose, California, decided to do just that by adding electronic ramps to their website.
And as I looked at this issue, I began to see that out there on the net, there were resources for universal design, and that by developing web disabilities access standards, I would have based on universal design, people with disabilities would have access to our website and not be locked out.
Altering a page to make it accessible is neither expensive nor complicated.
San Jose is in California. How do we get to that map box map? Yeah, I agree, J-Mo. Like, especially for it being 1998, like, yeah, they're covering all the stuff. It's pretty cool. So this is San Jose, which is just southeast of San Francisco. Yeah. Oh, Dragon Naturally Speaking. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember it as a mess, but I do remember that's what people used when they needed, like, to navigate a website. Now it's, like, built into most operating systems. Yeah, I agree, Chet. Like, it's super interesting to think about because, like, it does seem like the history of the web and, like, the majority of the things created for the web were not created with accessibility in mind. But it is interesting to see that back in 1998, some people at least were thinking about it. But yeah, I think we're approaching a point where you basically will not be able to make a website that is not accessible. And I think like the browser can make it easier, like frameworks can make it easier, but I think we are reaching that point.
It's a matter of good design and common sense. There is even a diagnostic site on the internet called Bobby, after the English constable, that will evaluate your newly accessible website.
If people are...
There is even a diagnostic site on the internet called Bobby.
Is it just Bobby.com? Oh, there's a proprietary microphone? That's crazy. Accessibility? The original Bobby was a free online tool written by Josh Krieger and provided by the Center for Applied Special Technology, used to validate websites for a Web Accessibility Initiative and Section 508 compliance. Oh, I didn't know that, Jicom Gaming, but I could see it. I feel like the site readers could be updated to handle infinite scrolling. Yeah. Yeah, Onyx Shot. I think like there have been some U.S. laws passed, or I think there's stuff at least in the works that but basically will require businesses of a certain size to have an accessible website. Yeah.
After the English constable that will evaluate your newly accessible website.
If people are doing websites at home and putting up pictures of their family or their particular products, include some description about what that picture is, if it's a picture of my family and dog, and give some kind of verbal written text description of what that is. If you're going to be creating your own website, try to ensure that it's not just a pretty graphical picture, because a lot of people can't access that.
Airport. Attorney apostrophe S, auditor apostrophe, clerk apostrophe S, conventions, comma, entertainment.
Randy uses a screen reader called DeckTalk. With software, the device can read text, open menus, and find hypertext links. But there are some things it cannot do, such as describe images that lack descriptions. It is one example of how even personal home...
I have not heard of that, Chet. That sounds horrible. Like suing small businesses? That's crazy. Yeah, so if you're wondering, like, how do you describe an image? With the alt tag, yeah. Yeah, and then Section 508 compliance is one of the things that this at least talked about. But amendment to the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 require federal agencies to make their electronic and information technology accessible to people with disabilities. So this is... this applies to the U.S. federal government. So all U.S. government things. Actually, no. This reminds me of something I found recently. But all U.S. government sites need to be accessible according to this law. So any government agency has to have an accessible website. But that reminds me of there's like an entire like component library and standards that the U.S. government made. Like there's a web development team at the U.S. government, wherever. I need to find this. Because the reason I found it is I was looking for Flexbox utilities, and then I found their component library that had like a Flexbox. Let me see if I can find it. Gov? Design.cms.gov. This is it, the CMS design system. The design system is a set of open source design and front-end development resources for creating Section 508 compliant, responsive, and consistent websites. So this is actually an official website of the United States government that talks about being Section 508 compliant, and they have an NPM package. They literally have CMS Gov design system, which has Sass and CSS, and I think they have React. Yeah, they have React components that you can use as well that are accessible. like a button. So like, I mean, this is a UI framework like similar to like Material UI or something like that, but it's built to be accessible from the start. Yeah. That's interesting to think about electrothermal. Yeah, because I guess if it's an internal website that's not accessible by the public, then it doesn't need to be Section 508 compliant because it's only internal. But I guess you do have to think about like disabled employees of the government. But sweet, accessible 3.5 megabyte package. Yeah, but here's the thing. That's the size of the package before bundling and before bundling and tree shaking, you know? Yeah, supposed to be. Yeah, makes sense. So it's cool, yeah. So they literally have a React library you can install to get, and this is from the U.S. government. But the reason that I found this is I was looking for Flexbox utilities. I was like, all right, I like the Flexbox utilities in Tailwind, but I don't want to use Tailwind. So is there something out there that will give me Flexbox CSS? And this is one of them. It's really verbose though, because it's like design system -u the thing, but these are like Flexbox utility classes that you could get with their CSS. I don't know. Quick aside, but this is super interesting that the government offers this up as open source. Yeah, Bootstrap has util. I don't know if you can pull in only their utils. I don't know. Ultimately, I'll probably just end up using Tailwind for all of that. Because I also looked into Tachyons, which is like a precursor to Tailwind as well.
Home pages can become accessible.
Think about your eyes being busy and not being able to see the screen. What would you do? Think about if you are putting up a video clip, an audio, and think about what if you can't hear that? Have a captioning for that. If you are going to have hyperlinks, of course, please don't put them in images unless you have descriptions as to what that link is.
Making a personal home page available to everyone may not be the first thing most web users think of, but a small change can mean a great deal to some web surfers.
What it means to me is when I go to a site and it is fully accessible, I can get to the information, that is a very positive, inclusive feeling for me. It's someone thought about this, someone knows we're out here. When I go to a site that doesn't have any hyperlinks or doesn't have any way for me to access that material, it's like someone creating a building and there's no wheelchair ramp.
I had no idea, but I guess he's blind. I don't know if that was made apparent, or he's like really he can't see very well. Yeah, I had no idea, but yeah, I think that's the whole, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
Cool. But yeah, I haven't heard of PrimeFlex CSS. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Oh, it's from Prime. I have seen Prime UI before. Cool.
Having to make a decision between a site that looks good and is full of cool graphics or a site that's lean and simple but loads fast. However, there's now a technology that lets you have the best of both worlds, and I guess, Dave, that's the idea behind Intel's Quick Web technology. What does it actually do?
Well, Stuart, there's essentially two key pieces to it. One is compression, where we squeeze the extra bits out of these big websites so that they go down the wire to your PC a lot quicker.
Okay.
The other is caching, where if there's a bunch of people that use an ISP that has Intel Quick Web technology on it, the first person who hits that site makes a copy on the Intel server out there at the ISP, and then anybody else going through that ISP in that area can get it just from there. They don't have to go all the way back to Rome.
That is a CDN, a content delivery. He's describing a CDN, but apparently it was like proprietary Intel technology. What did they call it?
Actually do.
Well, Stuart, there's essentially two key pieces to it. One is compression, where we squeeze the extra bits out of these big websites so that they go down the wire to your PC a lot quicker.
So that is minification and bundling. That's what we do these days. Like that is a standard. Pretty much any website you build is doing minification.
The
and
other is
bundling.
caching, where if there's a bunch of people that use an ISP that has Intel Quick Web technology on it.
Intel Quick Web. I want to search for it. With quotes? What is Quick Web and why is it on my computer? In 1998, wait, this is the same year that this was published, and there's an article that says they killed the Quick Web project from June 1998. Eliminating a product that was designed to speed up the delivery of web pages between internet service providers and customers' personal computers. Also, I had no idea that Wired had articles all the way back to 1998. Fascinating. On brand with Intel. Well, it's funny that like he basically was describing a CDN, and he was describing like modern ways of like making your website load faster. Super interesting.
First person who hits that site makes a copy on the Intel server out there at the ISP, and then anybody else going through that ISP in that area can get it just from there. They don't have to go all the way back to Rome or wherever.
All right, so the Quick Web technology sits in my ISP, not at the client end, not at the server end, but in the middle?
One of the cool things about this is you can get the speed up from Intel Quick Web technology without having to install any hardware or software on your PC. You just order it from your ISP and boom, you're off to the races.
All right, let's take a look at what it actually does. What is the speed factor that I get if I use Quick Web technology?
Well, you will hit a few sites and you can see for yourself, because it depends on the site, how much graphics are on the site.
So set up what you've done here. We got a little A/B race going?
Two identical computers. They're identical modems and software and everything. They're going to the same modem bank in Oregon, going out to the internet. One goes through the Intel Quick Web technology server, though, on its way out to the internet. And that's the one with the pop-up there that you see in the
All right, so the only variable is one's using Quick Web, but one isn't. All the other
the
parameters
PCs here
are the same.
identical.
All right, so what are you going to do now? Download two pages?
We'll hit 2 pages. Well, let's say we go to the Boeing company, because they've got a lot of pictures on their website.
Ready, get, set, go,
Boom.
and you just said launch it. And
launch them both.
over here, we're looking at Quick Web, obviously, because that's moving quickly.
And you can see the Boeing site has a lot of pictures.
It's so fast!
And that one's done, and this one's still loading. This is the one that...
Imagine images loading that slow and calling it fast. That's fascinating.
And over here, we're looking at Quick Web, obviously, because that's moving quickly.
And you can see the Boeing site has a lot of pictures.
And it's done.
That one's done, and this one's still loading.
Less than 30 seconds.
The way you'd normally see it on a 28.8 modem from your home dial-up. And this site we picked because it has a lot of pictures you can see. And that's what we do. We speed up the pictures on the website, not all the words. So if you hit a website that was all words, you wouldn't see that much speed.
Now, what modem speed are we at right now?
28.8.
All right,
which
now,
is what most people on the internet are at, 28.8.
Gotcha. Now, am I suffering some degradation of the quality of these graphics? It doesn't look quite as crisp as on the other side.
There's a little bit more fuzziness.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I'm just making fun of it. But yeah, I guess back then it was fast. True OGs remember these speeds. I think the slowest internet I ever used was probably 56K. I don't remember 28.8K. So.
You squeeze out the bits and throw them in the bit bucket. So there's a little bit of loss of resolution, and depending on how finicky you are,
but generally, who cares?
Most people can't see the difference.
Now, can I control that and say, hey, in this particular graphic, I really want the resolution, I don't want the speed?
Exactly. Let's say you've hit 10 websites looking for the artwork you want from the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Once you find it, you can go up here in the left-hand corner of the Quick Web one. You can see this is called the speed selector. Normally, you run in high gear in quick speed, but let's say you find the site you want and you want to reload it in full resolution. So you've already hit 10 sites. You found the artwork, Michelangelo's artwork from the Sistine Chapel. You can hit normal speed, and then you can hit the reload button.
Okay, and say, bring it back to me, but don't give me the compression routine.
Don't squeeze it down. Just give it to me in full resolution. Because
so not only is it a CDN, it's also compressing the images that it's serving up. The other interesting thing about this is, notice the URL. HTTP, it wasn't HTTPS, which means you could build a proxy that literally modifies the content that's being sent back because it was not encrypted. So you could literally parse the HTML, find the image that they're trying to serve up, load it onto the server, and then serve up a smaller version of that image. And then to the end user, like, it's completely transparent. With HTTPS, you couldn't really do that because it's encrypted from the client making the request to the server. You the server wouldn't be able to like tear the page apart and like replace things on it. There are ways around that. Like if all of your traffic is going through the server, you could basically, it could encrypt it back to you, but the server is the one making all the requests. Yeah, that's a thing.
We made a copy on the cache at
Still
your
a little
ISP.
bit faster because of the caching.
Yeah, there's a copy stored in, let's say you're in San Francisco here, it's stored on the local computer in San Francisco. You don't have to go all the way across the country, across the Atlantic to Rome. Boom, it's right there. And so you can see this one's even loading faster than this one did, even though it's the same resolution now.
All right, now let me ask you again, how do I get this? I simply...
Yeah, that sounds right, FimSurf. My first programs were 5.5-inch floppies. Nice, nice. Yeah, imagine that, like reading text as a download, not images. Yeah.
Simply go to my ISP and say, hey, I want to buy this extra service called QuickWeb, and I just pay a monthly fee?
You pay a little bit more a month to get this kind of service. It's sort of like call waiting or caller ID or something on your phone, or premium cable channels or something like that. And your ISP then
no software, doesn't matter what processor
no software,
I've got
no
on my
hardware,
computer,
runs on a Mac, runs under Windows, whatever you want.
What does this do quickly to audio and video streaming? Does it affect that in any way?
It doesn't affect it. Not so far. We're not speeding that up. Right now, we're just passing that through.
Okay.
If we get enough feedback from the market, we could do something like that.
Intel's QuickWeb. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, that's our look at how to create your own website. Next up, another special preview look at Windows 98, and I'll be back with my pick of the week.
We get a preview of Windows 98.
Customizing your start menu is a great idea. Unfortunately, in Windows 95, it's way too hard.
Yeah, Dave got fired, unfortunately, when QuickWeb was dissolved.
A lot easier in Windows 98 because it's all done with drag and drop. Let me show you how it's done. I'm going to click on the Start button here and just go to the Programs item and select Microsoft Word. Now I'm going to just drag and drop with the left mouse button and drag it up to the top of the Start menu.
Wow.
And when I click on the Start button, Word is always going to be there. I can rearrange all these items as well. I'm going to drag and drop Microsoft Excel here to the bottom, and then I'll maybe bring the MS-DOS prompt to the bottom as well. I can do anything I like. I can also drag and drop to the desktop. Here's Excel going to the desktop, and now that's a real shortcut. And of course, it works both ways. I can put Microsoft Outlook right there on the Start menu.
So, I mean, obviously this doesn't seem like a lot, but apparently, like if you compare this to Windows 95, this was revolutionary, being able to like drag and drop things into menus and stuff.
Up here with Microsoft Word. And here's a really neat trick. You can drag and drop to the taskbar. It creates a miniaturized icon that you can click on in the future to launch the application.
Wow.
Those are just a few of the ways that you can customize easily the Start menu in Windows 98. Now, you should note that this is also something you can do in Internet Explorer 4.0, which is freely downloadable from the Microsoft site. Back to you, Stuart.
Now for my pick of the week. Let's say you want to build your own personal website, but you don't want to spend the $100.
I think Windows 95 was my first OS, but it was quickly Windows 98 after that. 30 years later, taskbar icons are back. Yeah. Wait, you can't move your stuff on your taskbar in Windows 10. So I use Windows 10. I don't use Windows 11. Yeah, it seems to work in a similar way. Yeah, I never use Windows 3.1.
Bucks to go out and buy some web design software. Well, I'm going to show you how to create your own website for nothing using a new web service called Homestead. This is a Java-based application that you can use for free to create and host your own website. The URL is homestead.com. Here.
Let's go to homestead.com. Well, I want to show this, so just in case homestead.com got purchased by someone to put weird stuff there. It's still a thing. I remember using Homestead. I absolutely remember using Homestead. Now that I see this logo, this was definitely a thing. I think I used this like after like Tripod or Angel Fire, but it was like, yeah. Welcome in, Muffin Cat. Glad to have you. I remember Homestead. All right, let's keep going.
Here's how it works. Once you log on to Homestead, you see a page builder that lets you easily drag and drop various text, graphic, and interactive elements.
Look at this. So their advertising is literally a web-based editor, right? Like This is loaded inside of Netscape, or is this a standalone application?
Homestead.com, here's how it works. Once you log on to Homestead, you see a page builder that lets...
Is this a Java applet? Is this literally a Java applet that like lets you design websites? Because this would be like competing with that Adobe software that we saw earlier. Yeah, it looks like a Java applet. That's crazy. But like the fact that you don't have to pay money for it, you can literally just start using it. Yeah, there's the Java icon. Good call. But yeah, I think this is like a drag and drop website editor similar to like Squarespace or Wix or whatever else. This is just from a very long time ago.
You easily drag and drop various text, graphic, and interactive elements. The Homestead site is full WYSIWYG since you are literally building the home page in real time inside a browser. It's easy to import images.
Oh, they got clip art!
The site comes with its own clip art library. You can do layering and even add complex elements like scrolling banners and chat rooms. One nice feature of Homestead...
They have scrolling banners! So do we. Nice. See, I got marquees too. Welcome to CJ's part of the World Wide Web. Yeah. Yeah, see you later, Muffin Cat. Thank you for dropping in. All right.
Is that it takes advantage of being a web-based design tool by allowing several people to collaborate in the design of a homepage so that, say, members of a family or an organization scattered across the country can all work together to create a group homepage. Another nice feature of web-based Java applications like Homestead is that you never have to worry about updating your software to the newest version. Whenever you log on to Homestead.com, you obviously automatically get the current release. This is a very cool new way to use the web and the power of Java. Check it out if you're in the mood to finally launch your own website. That's it for this edition of the Chronicles. If you'd like any more information about anything you saw on the show, please check out our website at cmptv.com. Thanks for watching. Hope we'll see you here next time.
Claps and chat. Exists.
Show you the new
show number.
Should I call it? Not available outside of Canada and the USA. Am I going to get charged money? Well, thank you, T. Reno. Here we go. You were literally about to call. All right, I have to turn on microphone permission before I can make this call. All right, let's see. All right, I'm ready to mute if anything weird happens.
Hi, thanks for calling TELUS. What's the 10-digit phone number associated with your account?
No. TELUS? What is TELUS? Is that... Oh, they're a, a phone company. Okay, so yeah, the phone number has been repurposed. It's no longer the Computer Chronicles. Was that Google Voice? No, that was this 800 number. I just called it. Yeah. Oh wow, Flickr. Yeah, I mean it'll be fun to go through some of these older ones for sure. And eventually maybe we can get Stuart onto the show and interview him, because like I mean I've watched a couple of these and it's just fascinating. Like he's like really plugged in to all the tech stuff. Like he's not just the host of the show. Like he even in later episodes when they're talking about more tech stuff, like he asks the right questions and he knows what's going on, which is pretty cool.
And the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, desktop video. We'll show you the newest way to get digital video into your computer. We'll show you how to turn your video into a panoramic 3D image using something called the video brush. We'll visit the new Digital Room exhibit at the San Jose Tech Museum of Innovations, plus a complete video production studio on your desktop.
Yeah.
For under
Well, I think it would be possible to find him because he literally uploaded all of the episodes to YouTube. So if you search YouTube for Computer Chronicles, the owner of this YouTube channel is literally Stuart Chaffee. So. Did I ever watch the screensavers on Tech TV? I don't think so. Oh, so in Android 13, maybe it was in Android 12 too, you can literally enable or disable, you can't see it, but mic and camera access. So I leave mic and camera access off unless I'm using an app that actually needs it. Yeah. Yeah, and it is interesting to think about JICOM gaming because I think what you're getting at is like all of this stuff they talked about in this episode. There's still things that we do today. It's just a little more streamlined and a little more HD, I guess. But we were doing this 24 years ago. All of the stuff we were talking about these days is like somewhat the same. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely paved the way. Yeah, but all of the episodes of Computer Chronicles are uploaded to YouTube, and I think, yeah, I believe this is, wait. I don't know. That was super fun. We'll finish, like, we have 50 seconds left.
But look at how one NBC TV affiliate is moving to digital desktop video and how you can create your own dancing baby. Also, my pick of the week. It's all coming up next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Nice. Yeah, and that's why I want to show some of the Alan Kay stuff, JICOM Gaming, because, no, I think this one was about object-oriented programming. And this was from, let's see the year, 1987. So there's some even older older talks. Gotta create my own dancing baby. So I think that's it for today. I'm not gonna watch another one, but we definitely got to do this like once a week. This will be really fun to do that. I'll probably start a channel in the Discord where people can suggest videos for me to react to, like from the archive. Let's just watch the first few seconds of this.
And then the third thing in computer literacy is that for anything that we can be literate in, there is a literature. So when we read Shakespeare, we have to read Shakespeare with a completely different approach to the genre of the Elizabethan age than we do from reading Mickey Spillane. So throughout the many centuries in which the English language has existed, there are different genera that we have to be able to adapt to. And that's the third form of literacy, is genre literacy. In this talk, I'm concentrating mostly on the first two. Now I want to go and focus on why this stuff works and how we came to some of these design decisions. Of course, some of it was just haphazard and random. Some of it we rationalized after the fact. But some of it we actually thought it through and were able to use stuff that had been done before. So give you an idea of how difficult it is to understand how the mind works. Let's take a look at this slide and see if we can see what's wrong with it. If you look at it for a while, you'll see that the mouth
Okay, this isn't the one I was thinking of. 'Cause he's done a lot of talks, but Alan Kay, I do believe, was one of the creators of object-oriented programming. If we just look him up on Wikipedia. He created or worked with someone to create Smalltalk, which was the precursor to Next Step, which was the precursor to Objective-C, which was the precursor to Swift. I think I got that I think I got that chronologically right, sort of. But he has a lot of really interesting talks that he's done as well. Oh, this is the one on object-oriented programming. Let's see it really quick.
University Video Communications is pleased to present this video edition of the Distinguished Lecture Series, Industry Leaders in Computer Science and Electrical Engineering. This presentation is by Dan Ingalls of Apple Computer on object-oriented programming.
And thank you, Dropmania. Thank you for the raid. I did not know that you stream. That's awesome. I have to drop a follow. Welcome in. I'm about to end actually really soon, but we're reacting to some old tech videos. What were you working on? Beansdam. Wir bauen ein Spiel. We're making a game in 48 hours. Welcome in. Yeah, we're watching VHS tapes. So this one is on object-oriented programming.
Designer of 4 generations of Smalltalk, the prototypical object-oriented programming language. He received the Grace Murray Hopper Award for his work on Smalltalk and bitmap graphics at Xerox PARC in the 1970s. He joined Apple Computer in 1984, where his most recent work has been in the area of visual programming languages, or KISS. Please join us in welcoming Dan Ingalls.
I had the good fortune to participate in the Smalltalk project with Alan Kay and other good people who worked.
Okay, so I remember watching the intro to this one. He basically, I guess I can just let him talk. I'm just gonna let him talk, and then I'll comment on it.
And it was an interesting project. We designed a programming language and then used it to build an operating system and a graphical user interface. And then built on top of that a whole programming environment consisting of editors, debuggers, compilers, and then used those to implement several large applications such as a music system and an animation system. And then we had the opportunity to do something which most other projects don't get to do, which is when it was all built, instead of going commercial and delivering it, we got to throw it all away and do it over again the way we would have wanted to do it. And in the process, we got...
So think about this, right? They literally designed a programming language so that they could build an operating system. And then, now that they had an operating system, they used that same programming language to create a development environment. So imagine like writing VS Code from scratch, or like really more complex than that, because it's not just a text editor, but like a full IDE. And then they use that IDE to create programs to run on the operating system. As you do, as you do. And that's just fascinating, because like this is before like Mac OS existed or anything like that. And I believe all of this was done at Xerox PARC, like all of that original research that then Apple came along and stole or borrowed. But it's just fascinating to think about. And then the point that he's getting at right now is that they did all of that, and then they threw it all away and did it again, because now, having done it once, they knew like some of the design decisions that they made didn't make as much sense, so they were able to like rework them. Yeah, no, exactly, Acid Spark. Like that's the thing. Like we try to design systems for the most part up front and think about all the possible scenarios that we might have to deal with, but it never really works out that way. Like you build the thing, and then like there are things you try to do with it that you didn't expect you'd ever want to do with it. But having built the programming language, the operating system, the integrated development environment, the applications to run on the computer itself, they now have a grand idea of how it all fits together, so they can design a more ideal programming language, a more ideal operating system, all that stuff.
Find out about complexity, because the applications are quite complex. And we had a chance to try out several solutions to dealing with that complexity. And when you try to break a complex problem down, you want to try to break it down into as few parts as you can. And you want them to be as independent as they can be. That just leaves you with a simpler analysis. And then, if you have general parts that you've put together, or that you have available, when you use them to put together a system, it will be easier to learn because there are fewer components. You can be more productive because the components are hopefully more general. And the systems you build will be more maintainable, because built with fewer components, you'll encounter less things you don't know about when you go in to maintain it. Now, if you look at the evolution of computer software systems over the last 40 years or so, you find...
This is fascinating. So this video is from 1989, and he talked about the past 40 years. So, like... We've been doing this a really long time. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but it is super interesting to hear him talk about, designing an operating system, designing a programming language, and then why object-oriented programming is the paradigm that they decided to use and why it made a lot of sense. So we will watch more of that at some other time in the future. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to create a channel on the Discord where you can suggest old tech videos for me to react to on stream, and then we'll try to do like one stream a week. Yeah, so no more today, but next week we'll pick an episode of Computer Chronicles to watch. That'll be super fun. This was fun. I enjoyed doing that. So a lot of these are like educational and like informational, but is informational a word? I think it is. But it is also fun to find things that are just like hilarious in terms of like how we thought of the world or how we thought of like websites and programming and stuff like that. Yeah. Cool. All right. I'm going to head out. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, thank you for being here, Electrothermal, and everyone else. Appreciate you all. That was a good time. If you're a sub, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. We're going to go find somebody to raid. Don't know who, but whoever they are, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. You can find my schedule over there. I'll update it this weekend, and I'll be live a few times next week. And thank you, Bugbreaker. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the supports today, by the way. Insane amount of support. Again, thank you for all the bits, all the subs. Insane. I did not expect it, and I really appreciate it. You've been writing your code all this time. You could have just been using Adobe Mail. Yeah. All right, let's head out. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.